888-7753-773. Let me go to Michelle. It looked like Michelle Lee. Oh, Michelle and Lee out of Chi-Town, Chicago. Michelle and Lee, welcome to the show.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Lee.
Hi.
Hi, hey, how y'all?
We all right.
Nice. You're on the air.
We are a biracial couple in Chicago, and we have no problems. But the Democrats, they want to make it a racial thing.
And what's the different colors?
I'm white,
She white,
Right.
and Lee's black.
he black. And so the problem is what now?
We're fine. We have no problem. But then we watch the news, and the Democrats, they want to race bait everything.
Yeah.
And now they're race baiting biracial couples. We have no problem. We walk down the street. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
What
Jesse.
are they saying about, what are the Democrats saying about biracial couples?
Oh, black men, they only want, look at the sports athletes. They marry white women. Look at and it's such a criticizing.
And how do you feel about that?
We don't like it.
And why not?
We're happy. We're happy,
Lee, are you bothered by
we're
it
bored,
too?
but we're happy.
Are you bothered by what the Democrats are saying, Lee?
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Why do you guys let that bother?
I'm not bothered by it. No, I'm not. It doesn't bother me. I always look at it like this. If two people get together, it doesn't make a difference what nationality you are. If two people love each other, that's what love is about. Love is not about color.
Right.
Love is about two people enjoying each other.
And the thing is, Lee's a diehard Democrat. I'm a diehard Republican.
Amazing.
And we have our,
Amazing. And
I know. Trust me, we have our conversations. And I'm telling him to watch your show for the first time because I want you all the time, Jesse Lee.
Thank you. So,
You're
Lee,
welcome.
are you voted for Trump or Kamala?
Tell him.
I'm voting for Kamala. I'm strictly true blue Democrat from generation on down. I'm not going to cross over.
How old are you, Lee?
I'm 64.
Amazing. And Michelle, you voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm voting for Trump.
Right
baby.
on.
I'm 58. I'm a little white woman from the country. Yeah, but I live in Chicago, and my baby, he's a Democrat. Don't think we don't have conversations, but you know what? We don't fight.
Right on.
We just have debate.
We have debate.
But we don't fight about it.
No.
And so,
No.
Lee, why are you voting for Kamala?
He loves you.
Well, I'm voting for Kamala.
Yeah, where are you, Polly?
Like some of her policies that she's saying, I like them.
Which
Like what?
I
Like
like
what?
Ask him, Jesse. Which policy?
Yeah, like what, Lee?
Like what, Lee?
Some of the policies she's saying, okay, with the medical thing, everybody needs, medical, insurance for Medicare, right?
She don't talk about that.
She does.
She talks about greens in her bathtub.
Nobody care about her green in the bathtub.
I don't think black people ever put greens in their bathtub.
we wash the greens in the sink. We ain't never put greens in the bathtub.
Right.
You know that.
That's nasty.
Right.
I know.
We don't put them in the tub. We take baths and that's dirty in there. We wash them in the sink.
And so, Lee, you want free health care for all?
There you go.
Yes. I think it should be health care for everybody. Even
Why
though
should we
I have
pay for
insurance.
somebody? Why should we have to pay for someone else's health care?
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. Why can't we be like Canada?
No,
What?
no.
Canada got.
Why
now we're gonna fight. What?
Canada got health care for everybody.
But why should we have to pay for someone else's health care?
That's what I say.
No,
Why
I'm
should I have
asking
to
you. Why should I have to pay for somebody else? If I get up and go to work, I have to take care of myself.
Yes.
Why should I have to pay for somebody else's health care?
I feel the same way because I have worked. I worked 17 years at my job. I worked at Fuji for 17 years, and next month or like next year, I'll be 65. So I'm getting ready to apply for retirement.
Then why do you want Canadian health care in America?
Right.
I like this. Okay, they have the Obamacare, right? They have that Obamacare, the government thing.
Right.
I think everybody is entitled to health care, even though they might be the ones that's working, the ones that's not working. We all come. The economy, the medication, all that stuff is high. I have no problem with going a little here, a little there.
But don't you think the government is keeping us down? Kamala is saying, I'm going to give you all this free shit. They keep us down, baby. Right, Jesse?
That's right. And Lee, what you don't realize is that if they give everybody free health care, then health care would become no good. You're not going to get the best health care. You're going to have to wait in long lines. And as you get older, they're going to put you on the back of the burner, and they'll let you die off first and just take care of the young people. It's not a good idea, Lee.
Okay, why is it not a good idea for everybody to have health care?
Because when you want to get really into it and you want a heart transplant, you want the best doctors, the best medical care.
Yeah.
But if everything's free, just like when you go into Dollar Tree, discount, do you want discount health care, baby?
I'm like, for my medication, I want a discount for my medication.
Okay, that's true. I'm with you there.
I want that for my medication.
But what you don't realize, Lee, in Canada, they are offering suicide to the people, assisted suicide. It's because that's what
I'm not with that one.
But that's what socialized health care leads to. They'll offer you death. They'll offer you death before they take care of you, especially if you're of a certain age.
So you're saying they would do that here in the United States the same way, let you die before they give you health care.
Absolutely.
So if I didn't have the insurance that I had, and I wanted free health care, and I wanted you saying they would just let me die off and take care of somebody younger than me?
And if health care become free, they will. They'll offer you suicide while they're trying to take care of young people because they need younger people. They'll think your life is not as valuable because of your age. Socialism is not a good idea, Lee. It leads to destruction, and it allows the government to control you.
They're doing that right now.
I know, but the more you give them permission like that, the worse they're going to get.
I have a question. So what's your suggestion towards this?
Yeah.
That we have each individual take care of him or herself. And those people who are lazy and don't want to work and take care of themselves, let them suffer and die. We are not responsible. We are not responsible. We are not responsible for them, Lee.
That's my point right there. But the ones us who working and we putting into the government to get the health care. I'm looking at it like this. Say for instance, if you wasn't working, right?
Yes.
And you needed some health care, right?
Right.
Oh. So you rather for them to just kick you to the curb or treat you?
Kick me to the curb.
That's you, man.
We have a different opinion on that. Please don't kick me to the curb. Help me.
So, Lee, let me ask you guys this, and I got to run. Michelle, do you obey Lee?
You know what? I ain't going to lie to you, Jesse. He's my man. He takes out the trash. God bless him. I cook dinner. He cooks dinner too. And you know what? I do. I'm a Bible thumper, and I believe a man is a man. And yeah,
So Lee,
you know I do.
So Lee, does
I mean, I
Michelle?
fight with him.
Does
I
Michelle?
fight with him,
Does
but I
Michelle
obey
you,
him.
Lee?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I do.
Nice. How long you guys been married?
Black. Well,
We
4
working on it.
years.
4 years. We've
4
been.
He won't give me a ring, Jesse. Well, I'm waiting on the ring, but that's okay.
Nice. Well, don't, Lee, I encourage, do what you want, Lee, but I encourage you to vote for the Great White Hope. He is going to make America
the red
great
man.
again. That's right. Amazing.
He won't, Jesse. He is such a dedicated, loyal Democrat.
But also, Lee, you know this, Lee, that a woman is not created to lead. She is created to follow. And if you vote for Camilla...
you know what, Jesse, with that one, you're going to upscore the whole world with that one. Because you know a lot of women, independent, a lot of corporations are run by women.
I know, that's the problem.
Like
that's the problem.
I know.
I'm put it like this. It's a man world, but the women's running it.
No, not yet. We don't want that.
No, Lee, that's not what we want, though.
I know, but that's the way it is now. The women's running it.
But that's
we
not
have
good.
To follow the women. We follow the women.
God, Hey, Lee.
Look, Jesse, this concern right here. I have a question. You and your wife together, right?
Right.
Your wife is making more than you. So how you feel about that?
Well, I'm not married, but if I wouldn't marry a woman that made more money than me.
You wouldn't?
No.
Why?
And Lee, did God created man to follow the woman or lead the woman?
Well, God made man to lead the woman.
And so why would you want to change that rule?
I'm not changing the rule. Society have done that to us.
But you don't have to obey society.
No, not really, but it's like this. Look at the economy. It's more women working now than it is men's working.
And have you noticed everything is getting worse? It's not getting better as a result of that?
Yeah, because the women have now taken control.
Right.
Yeah, the Hillary Clinton. Look at the left. Look at Kamala wearing her little, that freaking brown, what do you call it, jacket?
Yeah, what a mess.
Oh, my God, it's a mess, Jesse.
I got to run, guys. The boys are feeling here. Time running by. I'm glad to hear from you guys.
We love you, Jesse. We love you, Jesse.
All right, I appreciate it. Call me again.
Okay. Bye, Jesse.
Bye now. I do want to say happy Columbus Day. Today is Columbus Day. And according to USA Today, approximately... no, I don't want that. Blah, 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 blah. I scrolled down too far here. USAembassy.gov. Columbus Day is a U.S. federal holiday commemorating explorer Christopher Columbus landing in the New World, America, on October 12th, 1492. 1492. What's October 12th? Happy Columbus Day. You know, I was thinking about what I was thinking of Columbus Day. Again, I'll mention this and I'll repeat it. I'm using words that I don't know if it's really unfortunate or not, but it's unfortunate that God gave the ability to some white men to discover, or the ability to white men to discover and create the greatest country in the world, probably the greatest country that ever has been, it seems, and the white world period, Western world period. And he gave them the ability not only to discover the country, but to create and make things amazing. So amazing in this country that everybody and their mama from around the world, want to come into this country. Think about that. They're not trying to break into any other country. They're trying to break into America legally and illegally from around the world, not just Mexico or across the street or Canada, but around the world. The country that was founded and created by white men. I really want you to think about that. A gift given to them by God, because and there's no way this would have happened naturally, meaning on their own. They were led by something greater than themselves or someone greater than themselves. And they founded and built and created the greatest country on this side of heaven. Thank you, Mr. Columbus. And instead of saying thank you, these people come in this country, and some of them are already here. They were born here, but they lost their lives, right? And they're jealous, they're envious of the white man by the help of God, who created and made the greatest country, created the greatest country. These people are jealous of these people, and they want to destroy it. Think about that. Why not stay away? Or if you were born here, but you don't like America, why not just leave? Why not just go to a country that you think is better? But they want to tear it down and create a mess. They want to create the image of a country that they left. They left an S-hole country, and they want to come here and create another S-hole country rather than building on what is here and being grateful for what you have. And so instead of saying, thank you, Mr. Christopher Columbus, they want to change the name. They want to call it something else. They want to tear down statues. Human heart is wicked. Human beings are evil. It's until they overcome the fallen state. You just think about that. They're into someone else's home who was kind enough, or maybe weak enough, to invite them in, allow them in, and these people want to destroy it. And they want to pretend somebody else found it. It was by somebody else. And they want to rename it. And now you have dumb people calling it anything but Christopher Columbus Day. Why do you follow those people that want to rename it? Why do you have to rename it just because they want to? Why do you always follow the crowd rather than at some point standing on your own feet alone? Why? I already know why, but I'm asking the question that you may question yourself. Today is Christopher Columbus Day and nothing else but that. Why do you have to say what somebody else say? What the crowd say? Are you afraid? It's no other day but Christopher Columbus, who founded the greatest country in the world. It's like people who hate Christmas. They want to change it from Christmas to Happy Holiday or something. And you have dumb people going along with it. They're saying Happy Holidays instead of Merry Christmas. A bunch of sheep. Do you know how difficult it is to find a man or a woman who is not afraid to stand alone? And then you have dumb people telling you, oh, the Indians were here first. No, they were not in America. They were not. That's dumb. Anything to keep the white man from from thanking the white man for a great job he's done, and you're not even doing a better job. I don't see it even that happen, but for communication sakes, I can almost see it if you did a better job, but you're not doing a better job than the white man. You're not making it better. You're not adding to it for the good. You're destroying it. So why not thank Mr. Christopher? The Christopher Columbus Day was set aside to say thank you. And you haven't done anything any better. That's what's mind-blowing. It is Christopher Columbus Day, and no other day but that. What a mess. At some point, especially if you want to get on this journey where you travel alone, at some point you got to be willing to stand alone. You must be willing to stand alone. Because with the crowd, you're alone anyway. It reminds me of the spiritual standing alone. Most people are scared to stand alone and face the evil enemy within themselves. And so they don't do it. They stay in the background with the crowd. And that's why God said only a few, a handful, is going to find that straight and narrow path. Only a few. I totally see it now. Only a handful. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. Christopher Columbus discovered America, a.k.a. the New World. Columbus discovered America, a.k.a. the New World. They say he landed in the Bahamas. Other founders, the United States of America. Why not be grateful to the white man instead of being jealous and envious and strife and trying to get a false revenge for yourself because you are the loser? And the very people who say, oh, the white man didn't found the United States, it was the Indians, it was somebody else, they ain't got nothing to offer. Zero. Don't have a pot to piss in or a back door to throw it out of. That's what the older people used to say about younger people when they leave mama house, or if they stuck at mama house past 18. That man ain't got a pot to piss in, a back door to throw it out of it. He talking about getting married. Or he this, he that. Because if a man wasn't from under mama's dress tail at 18, he would consider a mama's boy and no good, which was true. It's true. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Columbus. This is your day. And I'm grateful. Thank you, Mr. Columbus. You never heard that before? A back door to throw it out of?
I never heard the backdoor part.
Well,
I didn't know there was a second part to that.
So when they say you ain't got a pot to piss in, what you thought they did with the piss?
I thought pot just meant like normal toilet that you flush.
What?
Like a toilet. Don't tell me that's confusing too.
Oh, you just thought it meant that. But
I
when
thought
they
pot
say that you look at that boy, he's so lazy he ain't got a pot to piss in or a back door to throw it out of. That means he is nothing. He got nothing.
I heard
Right
it in
there.
rap.
Huh?
I heard it in rap.
You heard it in a rap?
Yeah, but
Oh,
never the second part.
You heard that in a rap song?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It's cultural enrichment.
What now? James, you heard that before?
I guess so. I have now. It's pretty nice.
And what is it?
Except you're not supposed to say that word.
What word? Back door?
No, obviously not that one.
Throw it out
I
of?
don't either.
What?
No, keep guessing. No, don't guess. I guess in the country you can say whatever.
Yeah. I mean, whenever, especially a guy, sometimes the women were lazy and they'll be, the young lady was lazy and the older people would say that about them too.
Yeah.
You want to marry that gal? That gal's so lazy she ain't got a pot to piss in or a back door to throw it out of. And you want to marry her? That gal lazy.
Nice. He's from the country. It's not considered that rude of a word.
It's not at all. It was just talking about the condition of the person.
Right.
What's bad about that? Really?
I don't know. You're not supposed to say the P word. Like, you were supposed to say ticked. You say ticked instead of the P word.
What's the P word?
You ain't got to talk. You don't got a pot to take in. Come on, James.
I know.
What a mess.
It's a bit early in the morning.
You're so Christian.
55.
It's so amazing how words meant something else back then, and the world has changed it to mean something else now.
True.
And so now you're so restricted in your speech.
It's terrible.
Female-minded. One quick story I want to share with you that you probably have not heard about this, and maybe you have. There was a college student allegedly stabbed a classmate in a vicious attack on an easier attack, according to the report, right? And it's very interesting that you have not heard about this story. I wonder why. And I think by the time you hear the end of it, you will know why. This is from Law and Crime Network. Law and Crime Network. It is Mara I believe. Mara DeFraud, a 19-year-old student at Arizona State University, was stabbed in her classroom on September 19. Her classmate, Casey Sloan, faces charges related to the stabbing, as police says she claimed she wanted to attack someone, and DeFraud was an easy target. This is from 12 News.
Tonight, new court records are providing disturbing details into what investigators say was a random attack on the ASU West Valley campus Thursday morning.
Just agonizing screams of pain, and clearly you can tell that it was someone who was fearing for their life.
Investigators say a student stabbing another student inside of a classroom. Police say the victim running out for help. Documents show the victim suffering deep cuts to her tricep and left rib cage.
The victim was seriously injured and required surgery.
Police say as the victim was being led to surgery, she asked officers who was behind the attack and why she was targeted.
Amazing. You notice they didn't mention the color. I wonder why. I said an easy attack, but easy target. I wonder why they didn't mention the color. And I'm wondering if this was a white person who did this to a black person, would you know the color right away? I'm thinking out loud. You hear my thoughts. Amazing, huh? Y'all heard about this story? Here's another soundbite on this story. Watch this.
Attempted murder in the first degree. That's a Class 1 felony. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 3 felony. Interfering with an educational institution, that's a Class 6 felony.
Casey Sloan, now accused of causing that chaotic scene, facing a judge.
This is analogous to a school shooting.
Prosecutors claim that Sloan came to class to hurt someone and had been planning the attack the night before. Prosecutors say she described what she was about to do in a letter to her family and that she struggled with self-worth issues. Prosecutors also claim that she considered attacking 2 people, including a veteran, but decided on her victim because, quote, she was an easier target, and that she knew the victim's first name, but nothing else. Prosecutors calling the attack unprovoked, saying Sloan likely suffers from mental health issues, but also calling her a danger.
The state is concerned that Ms. Sloan is an extreme danger to the community.
The accused attacker looked black to me. Oh, so I'm wondering out loud, was the attackee white? I'm just wondering out loud. Well, they haven't said yet. They have not said yet. Isn't that amazing? And y'all haven't heard about this story. Had it been a white girl attacking a black girl in that same manner, that's all we'll be talking about, and they'll blame Trump. Look at that. Now she looked black to me. Look at that hair. Where here is an image of Casey Sloan, the woman who was accused of the stabbing. She looked black to me. And that's from the New York Times. And here's an image of Mara Defron, the woman that was allegedly stabbed. And this is from the New York Times. She looked mighty white to me. So, interesting. A white girl being, according to the report, allegedly attacked by a black girl. You don't hear about it. She was an easy target. Now, what do you think would happen if a white girl had done that and said she did it because the black girl was an easy target? I told y'all once, I've told you twice, and I've told you 1,000 times. White people are under attack for no reason at all, except the people who are attacking them are evil. That's the only reason. They're evil. It ain't got nothing to do with anything but that. The people, and look how they're attacking. This is Christopher Columbus Day. The haters of white people don't want to say Happy Christopher Columbus Day. They want to make, it's the Indian. They lie because they hate white people, but they won't lead the white people, the white people country. Go back to your hellhole.
And but thank you for church. It was amazing.
It was amazing.
And I know I'm just starting to wake up. And yesterday I was had to interact with this gal through work.
So before you say, tell the people what was the assignment that I gave during fellowship.
Not to judge in any way, not with in your thoughts or your posture or your looks, right? Am I getting that correct?
Absolutely. Your words, your emotions, your thoughts, as you just said, your gesture. Don't judge with anything. And what happened?
Well, I found myself just got this little ping of irritation, and I caught it, and I go, well, look at you. We've got a murderer in the house today, don't we?
That's right.
I'm like, who are you? What are you doing, Derek? But it was amazing. I'm like, I don't know what's going on with her, and I just kept on, keep on keeping on. But beyond that, I find that I'm the biggest critic of myself, and I often will catch it, but if I don't catch me judging myself immediately, I can sometimes make it worse. And but then I remember you said one time, like, oh, that little voice inside my head isn't even me anyway.
Yeah.
And that's been the biggest struggle. But just putting that real fine-tuned attention to it, where not with my thoughts, emotions. I think I even like rolled my eyes or something when I was on the phone with this gal, and I was like, you're a murderer. You're an awful human being, like you evil, awful person. So, but I just caught it. I was like, oh, right. And I'm continuing the assignment. I hope that's okay. I know you said 24 hours. But,
I said 24 hours, but as I said on Sunday, that you really should be doing this every day for the rest of your life.
Right.
But I said 24 hours so that it can bring a little closer attention to the folks. Jared, did you know before this, before you really start working on yourself, how angry and evil that you are?
No idea. Just walking around like a blind zombie.
Isn't that amazing? Every human being has that problem, and they don't know that their hearts are wicked. They don't examine themselves to know that.
And that's why it's easier now, because I look at other people and I go, oh, they're no different than I am.
That's right.
And I don't know how. I mean, I really look back to how I behaved before I started waking up, and I'm like, ugh. Right? And people can't help themselves. They can't help themselves, and so it's a real gift. I really appreciate you guys there at Bond. So, but yeah, it was. I caught it it wasn't even that big of a deal. It was just a little tiny thing, and I'm like, oh well, I'm just a murderer, right? So I.
And why do you criticize yourself?
Well, I realize that I don't. It's this voice in me, and if I have a moment to put that little bit of space, I can catch it. It's where it, and I usually do these days. I'm catching it more often, but if I kind of check out for longer than expected, I'm like, there's that voice like, you're failing, you're not doing it right. And I'm like, wait, that's not even me anyway. And I just take a moment, and then I go, oh, come back to the present moment. And then everything sort of just aligns at that point. And so I know I'm just getting started, but it's made the biggest difference. It's so amazing. It's really amazing.
Amazing. So, and you know what, Derek? If you stay with this, if you make a commitment to stay with this and work on you for the rest of your life, no matter how long it takes, and you haven't seen anything yet, man, it's mind-blowing what we don't know and see about ourselves. It's crazy. It's like we are blind and don't even know it, man.
It is. It's. I think you said one time, it's like it's kind of weird. I'm like, this is totally weird and crazy, and it's being able to go around and not be angry or worried about things.
Yeah.
And I think back, I was like, I get all worked up about nothing.
Yeah.
All the time about nothing. And then gossiping with like people. I'm like, oh, and what was I even doing? It's so weird. And just life's just better. And it's all in me. It's always been a me problem.
Yes.
And, it's wild. It was so funny. Just yesterday, it was like not even a big deal. It's just like getting a little mouthy with me, and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, way to go, Derek. You just put a shank in someone's neck, didn't you? There, I'm like you get over yourself.
Funny, man.
I really appreciate everything you guys are doing, and thanks so much for helping me. I'm very grateful.
Absolutely. So stay with it. Stay with it. Stay with it, man.
You got it, sir.
All right, buddy. Amazing. What were you saying, James?
I was saying metaphorically speaking.
The shake in the neck.
Shank
Oh,
in the
yeah.
neck. Not really. He's not actually doing that.
He's not like physically doing it.
Yeah.
It's too bad we have to even say that.
I know.
But people
Just
are
for the
crazy.
sake.
Yeah. Let me go to 888-775-3773. Anchor Baby saying that he been doing it. If you missed church fellowship on Sunday, you can podcast it by going to rebuildingtheman.com/church. We had an amazing. It was like it could not have come from me or any other human being. The Anchor Baby was telling me he been doing the Sunday thing, the assignment. He keep messing up. He want to start over.
Give me another 24, Coach. I can do it this time, I swear.
Okay. All right, you can another 24 hour.
Starting now.
Yeah, right now. Okay, so it's 7:15 Tuesday morning, Pacific time.
Yeah.
And so you can't don't judge anyone with thoughts, feeling, look, words, gestures, or anything. All right, Anchor Baby?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Barack Obama admits there's a lack of enthusiasm for Harris among black male voters, and it's very concerning. The brothers are not going to vote for the sister? The brothers are not going to help the sister with her career? What happened? And it's not just this way in America with the blacks. Blacks are treated this way around the world. Literally, nobody respect the blacks as human beings, meaning as individual free thinkers, respect them for their individuality. According to Fox, I think this is a mistake. But isn't the Fox report and the ABC the same? But I thought you took it out. Oh, okay. Thank you. According to Fox News, former President Barack Obama admitted there is a lack of enthusiasm among black male voters for the Harris campaign. While speaking to constituents on the campaign trail on Thursday, here's Barack Obama from ABC. Watch this.
I'm going to go ahead and just speak some truths, if you don't mind. We have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout as we saw when I was running. That seems to be more pronounced with the brothers.
With the brothers?
So if you don't mind, just for a second, I'm going to speak to y'all directly. When you have a choice that is this clear, on the one hand, you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you, went to college with
grew
you,
up like them,
understands the struggles, pain, and joy that comes from those experiences, who's had to work harder and do more, overcome, and achieves the second highest office in the land, putting forward concrete proposals to directly address the things that are vital in our neighborhoods and our communities, from housing, cares about things like education.
To the brothers. Obama goes on to say, Obama has a problem with black men not feeling the...
Has a problem with black men not feeling the idea of having a woman as president.
Okay, watch this from ABC.
And you're thinking about sitting out? And you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president.
And what's wrong with that?
And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that. The women in our lives have been getting our backs this entire time. They've been raising us and working and having our backs. When we get in trouble, the system's not working for us. They're the ones who are out there marching and protesting, and you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you because you think that's a sign of strength, because that's what being a man is, putting women down. That's not acceptable. That's not. This shouldn't even be a question.
If that is not in your face disrespect, I don't know what is. Somebody should have told Barack Obama, get out of this room. You leave right now, you weak, pathetic, evil male.
She knows she's still the boss.
Isn't that something? He was talking down to them like they were little retarded children. And those were grown people. And he's scolding them because they have decided, for whatever reason, they were not going to vote for, I don't know of all of them, but Kamala Harris. And he's punishing them, scolding them about it. Whether they decided because she was a female, that's fine. That's their decision. Or because she's not qualified, she's not done anything while being in there. She's still in the government. She's the vice, so-called VP. She hasn't done anything. Maybe that's the reason. He is scolding them. And they're sitting there taking it. Maze, good morning. Welcome to the show. You're on the air out of Ohio.
Hello, Jesse.
Hey, Maze.
I be watching everything that come out of Fox got to come through everywhere else. It got to go through every channel. That skit, that part where Obama was talking to them young men in that room, he also talked about Trump in that when he was speaking.
Yeah, I heard him.
They act like that didn't happen.
No, I heard him saying that they're going to vote for a white man that.
No, I'm not talking about voting. I'm talking about what he told Trump, his other side. He had two sides. He's biracial, right? So he went to his Caucasian side and he told them what they need to do for Trump. Then he came over to the other side and told the black man what he think they should do. He didn't tell them to do it. He said what he think they should do. But then they skipped over what he said.
No, man, you missed it. He told them, you ain't going to vote for this black woman after all the black woman has done for you? The black woman did this. The black woman did that. And Michelle.
That's what I'm saying.
And Kamala Harris had the same struggle. No, she didn't.
How you know what kind of struggle she had?
Because she was born and raised up there in Oakland somewhere, whatever. She married to a white man.
And a whole lot of people married to Caucasian men.
May, so you were okay.
I'm saying, well, if you would not
with the struggle. You're okay with the struggle of. You're okay with Barack Obama talking down to the black people like that.
People don't like Barack Obama because they envy him. That's what it's about him, and Clinton too, and all the rest of them.
Maze, are you okay with the way he talked down to those black men like that?
That's him talking to those black men, and if they wanted to listen to what he said, that's why they stayed in the room.
And you okay with it?
I didn't end up leaving.
You okay with it?
Yes, I'm okay with it.
So
now can I get the point?
You're okay with the way that the way Barack Obama degraded those black men?
I don't see her degrading.
It was degrading.
Because you got men out there hate women, and they ain't gonna vote for her in the first place.
What?
And then you got some that hate themselves.
What's wrong with them? What's wrong with them deciding whether they did or not? And I don't know. What's wrong with them deciding not to vote for a woman?
But they're not gonna vote for a woman.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with it.
Then what are you talking about then?
There's just nothing wrong with it. People that ain't gonna vote for Trump. People that get angry and ugly face and everything, and ready to fight and hurt people.
How come Barack Obama?
Two people running in this race.
How come Barack Obama tried to scold them because they're not going to vote for a black woman. Was Barack Obama right for doing that?
If he wanted to do it, yes, he was.
That's amazing.
So now what's amazing is like you said, like spreading the truth with lies. If you were taking both tapes, it's two people running now. You're gonna show a video of him talking about he talking to scolding the black man, but you didn't talk about when he scolded the other man. The one that's out here calling people names and calling people all this kind of stuff. And they should, instead of them going along with him, they need to tell him it ain't right. But I don't hear you saying it's not right because you might do it sometime too when you call people bees.
Bees?
That's right.
What's a bee?
No, that's not feminine like. That's feminine like.
What's a bee?
His finger's calling a person a bee.
What's a bee?
What?
What's a bee?
I don't use words like that.
Like what?
I heard you call a woman just like Nick Green called a woman a bee. You called a woman a bee. You said on the show sometime.
Who is Nick Green?
That's a Newt Gingrich.
Oh, no.
You know who that nasty looking man is?
Yeah.
Looking like he needs to go take a shower and wash his hair. Him.
Wow. So Maze, hold on. Take a breath.
Oh, I'm taking a breath.
You're okay with Barack Obama going into a room and telling a bunch of black men, males, that something is wrong with you not voting for this black woman.
I'm okay with whatever.
What's wrong with you? Y'all voted for me, and y'all stood with me. Why y'all not standing with this black woman? She know y'all struggles. You're okay. You're okay with that, huh?
No, I ain't say I was okay with all of the men that
and you're black. And you're black, right? You're black, right?
I'm what?
You black?
Am I black?
No, are you black?
My birth certificate says I'm colored, so whichever if you put that with black, yes I am.
Okay. And so you, as a black female, those the liberals always say, as a woman, you're okay with the degrading of those black people, huh?
I didn't hear no degrading.
Oh, you didn't see that as degrading?
I want you to play the one where he talked about Trump, and then you come and tell me about it. That's what Fox put out there to take around to every station. MSNBC is just like those 598 million. You still on, Jesse?
You said what
now? The 598 million they took as a poll. I'm like, 598 million. How dumb can they be to stick that up and say that was a poll? It came from Fox. Everything you see from Fox, you better use your brain to look at it and dissect it. But if you don't dissect it, you're going to be lost. Just like George said. Let them keep repeating it and repeating it until they believe it. And that's what's wrong. What?
If a white man, Donald Trump had gone into that same room and gave the same speech to those black people, would you have been okay with that?
I sure would have.
Amazing. Okay.
And then if Donald Trump hadn't did the things that he's done, and you was running against Donald Trump, I would vote for you instead of him.
But I know you love me.
You want to know why? No, that
you love me.
That had nothing to do with love.
What love got to do? Got to
that's
do.
Right. What I'm saying.
Got
so
to do.
People are running. Why don't you show the other side that he spoke about? It's like it didn't happen because they don't want to deal with it.
Maze.
What he said about the other
side.
Other side. What?
I have someone that want to have a quick question for you. Normally, once in a while I do this. Do you mind talking to them?
No, I'm not afraid of anything. I don't run.
You're not afraid of anything?
No.
You're not afraid of the white man?
No.
What's wrong with you?
Nothing. I'm human.
So William from California want to talk to you.
Lord. Oh, really? Finally?
What do you mean finally? Is William afraid of you?
He said he don't talk to women. He's confused about what he say half the time.
William.
Hey, Jesse, how you doing this morning?
From California, on with Maze.
Well, let me just say this, Jesse. Kamala Harris don't come from no struggle. She come from a city that has one high school. Berkeley, California ain't no struggle. And there's another thing. Anybody walking can talk about black women, especially when they're wrong. And any woman that want to talk and challenge a man is masculine.
My husband don't think so.
That Barack was talking to, if you looked at them, were a bunch of soft fruitcakes.
Listen to him.
That they needed to be told. Jesse,
Yes, sir.
There's no need to talking to this ignorant person.
See, there you go. He getting upset. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm not
People like that
upset.
are weak.
I'm telling you directly.
He's a weak man. Right here mad with the world. Not my problem.
Jesse. I said, Jesse.
You called him a white man yourself, Jesse.
There's
Thank
no
you for letting him know we know what he is.
Ignorant person.
Point blank,
Man,
Wigger.
You're delusional.
No, you're delusional.
No, you're delusional.
No, you're delusional. You don't even know who you are.
Delusional outlook.
You mix up with who you are. You full of anger. You need to get rid of some of it. And maybe Miss Kamala or whatever, if she would have raised you right, you would be a better person.
Wait a minute, woman. Talk.
Man.
You're told to talk
Okay, Jesse.
to.
You see he's going into a tantrum, so what's next?
So now, let me say something to you now, Maze, because I just told Jesse that you were sorry. Now I'm talking to you. You sorry.
Jesse, you will let me have him when you get finished?
Yeah,
you need a
yeah, I'll let you, hold on, Maze, and I'll let you respond.
Listen.
Yeah, put her on mute.
Okay, hold on, William. Go ahead, Maze.
I told you he wanted to say something, and I respond. I'm going to spank him when he get finished, so let him go ahead. I'm going to listen.
He made the point. Go ahead. Will you finish, William?
Oh, I'm absolutely finished because she been wanting to talk to me. All she do is follow and critique everything I say. But you know what? You need to go talk to your husband because you talk too much.
If you was a happy what my husband was,
you ain't a lady. You're not a lady.
He's a gentleman. He knows how to treat women. He don't come and talk about people like you do.
Hey, man,
okay,
you need to get it together.
Okay, William, hold on. Let Maze respond now. Go ahead, Maze.
I said
you can talk now.
Hold on, William.
See, he wants to tell people what to do. He don't have a woman to tell him what to do. He only got Miss Krackenheimer, whatever her name is, to tell him what to do, and he's mad with other women because she tells him what to do.
No.
Oh, yes. You
women don't tell me what to do, and that's what you're mad about.
You needed to
See,
get when you were growing up.
William, hold on. William, hold on.
Wait a minute. I don't have a bunch of sorry.
William, hold on. William, hey.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Go ahead, Maze.
And I just like he was spoiled brat. That's what they do. They always screaming with tantrums. Don't know how to control themselves. Want to call women all kind of things except a child of God, which he don't know anything about God. So it's like I say, the wigger
call you a name.
Up in the head. He needs some help.
Amazing. And do you love William Maze?
What?
You love William?
I love everybody.
How about William?
I say if something won't let me hate you.
Answer the question directly. Don't go with that little word salad.
Do you
listen to some word salad? You're not talking to your mama. You're talking to me. So
I'm talking to you.
Okay?
I'm talking to you.
You got the wrong one. Next time you step out, you get this maze, you better run where you're going. Okay?
What you need to do
what, Jesse?
is clean up your house.
William.
Because you sound nasty.
Hey, William, hold on.
Listen to him, Jesse.
Hold on, William. Maze, you love William?
Yeah, I love that. So
William, you love Maze?
No.
Absolutely.
Oh,
I don't hate nobody.
He gonna say it because he has no choice. Now he gonna talk about my house.
It ain't no choice. It ain't no choice.
Well, what's my house got to do with him?
You sound nasty.
You sound nasty. You ain't got nasty words come out of your mouth. The last time you came out with your English self, what kind of training you got?
Ain't nothing spoiled here, baby.
Oh, nothing spoiled right.
Okay, because I have everything I need to work for. You know what? I think you're jealous. I think you're just like any other black. Wait a minute. I think you're like any other average black person. You're jealous.
And what else? Now you got off your chest, maybe you can go ahead and let your nerves
You're jealous of success. And that's the only thing I wanted to tell Jesse. I didn't know you were going to come on the phone, actually.
I was on the phone when you got on there, you were listening.
No, why don't you answer? No.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, mate. Why when somebody asks you something, you got to point out the other person?
Because it's equal opportunity.
Directly. You
don't like because it's another side. You got a left side and a right side. That's why I know I got a left and a right.
Okay, listen. All right, to go. All right, thank y'all. I had to take a break. 2 more hours to go. Back in a moment. Let me go to Texas and talk to MYISHA. MYISHA, good morning and welcome to the show.
Good morning, Jesse.
Hey, MYISHA.
Hey, Jesse. I was just calling back from the other day to, let me get straight to the point because I got distracted last time, just a little bit. But I was calling in reference to my son's father.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to just get a better understanding of how to go about the situation because it's been about 7 months now. So, oh, wow. Okay. So what I'm trying to figure out is Well, what I've been seeing lately, because I just kind of gave up trying to figure it out, honestly. That's why I'm calling. But what I've been seeing lately is that he's not really, like, trying to get his son, like, without me present. And unless I ask, like, directly, because I'm at work or something, and I do hair, so my son comes with me to the salon all the time. But, it's just like, his dad stays 10 minutes away from the salon, 8 minutes on a good day. So, I just sometimes I ask, like, do you want to take him for, a couple of hours while I'm, at work or whatever, y'all can have some time or whatever without me. And he's only said, like, he said yes, I think, once for sure, maybe twice. So I'm trying to, and it's been multiple occasions, but then I just figure, like, well, I'm really just going to stop like, why should I ask you if you want to, spend time with your son? So I just kind of stopped asking, and I just bring him with me, and, we just thug it like that. But I'm trying to figure out, and there is a want for something from me. So I'm trying to figure out, and I'm not doing that. So I'm trying to figure out, like, how to go about it. Do I just completely, like, leave it alone? But if I need help, do I just keep my son, or do
Stay
I?
close to your phone, my Isha.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Do I just? Can you hear me? You can hear me good now?
I can, yes.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand, like, do I just, not ask those type of things, or do I just not go around, period, or do I, go around and let him, I guess have him, I don't know, spend time together with me? I don't know. I'm just, I'm not really for the sex and all of that type of stuff. So, because we're not together, not married. So, yeah, I was just like, that's not appropriate. It's not about us, it's about him.
So how old is the son?
He's 7 months.
Oh, 7 months. Okay. Here's what I recommend based on what you've said. I would not don't ask anymore. Because you're not trying to keep him away from his son at all, right?
Right. No, not at all.
Okay. So don't ask anymore. You just go live your life and work on you, and don't ask anymore. Either he come and pick him up or he doesn't. You work on you, and you and your son will be fine.
Right. And also, so what about, like, when he's calling, like, my phone to nothing for real? Like, I don't need to be checked on by you. So it's like, what are you, why are you calling? He'll call my phone and, like, he'll ask, like, let me see my son or whatever. Okay, that's fine. I don't have a problem. But it's just, sometimes it's like, longer conversations between me and him. And I mean, it's fine. The conversations, like, are, they're regular or whatever. But, he makes snarky comments, like, he'll say he's joking, but
why do you deal with him, period? Why do you deal with him?
Right, exactly. So that's why I'm like,
was a question. Hey, why do you deal with him, period? Why do you deal with him?
So before I started watching you really get involved, it was because I wanted to have dealings with him. So I realized that was the truth. But I realized, like, that wasn't going to happen either. So I'm like, okay, this has to come to a stop. So now I don't want to have dealings with him anymore.
Why do you deal with him now?
Because I feel because of his son.
But it's not about his son. You said it's about sex. He won't even just come and pick his son up and let you go with him, according to you, right?
Right.
So why are you dealing with him?
I just know I shouldn't be. I'm not sure how to answer the question, but
you don't know why you're dealing with him.
I guess because because I guess in my head I'm thinking, oh, we're cool, you know, we have a good relationship. That's, you know, good for...
But that's not what you're thinking. You don't like these long conversations. You don't like when he call you about those things. You don't like it when he's not picking his son up. That's not the reason. Why are you dealing with him?
I guess it isn't the reason.
I'm sorry?
I said, I guess it is. I guess it isn't the reason because that doesn't make sense. I think part of me likes something about him or something. I think part of me likes the fact of having someone to talk to and to kind of hang with sometimes. But I'm getting to the point where it's not making sense anymore. So I'm like, no, that has to be that has to stop. You know, that has to be let go. So
that's not why you're dealing with him. Why are you dealing with him? You don't even like the man.
Right, for real.
So why are you dealing with him?
Maybe because there's quote unquote perks to it, as far as like, for example, he has a place that I can go stay at even without him being there sometimes. So it's kind of like it gives me the feeling of an escape sometimes or something.
MYISHA, because of time, I want to tell you that you dealing with this guy because you like the thrill you're getting. You love the thrill of hating him. You love the thrill of feeling false love for him at times. You love the thrill of blaming him because he won't come against his son unless you're with him. You love the thrills. Why don't you overcome the thrills so you can be free?
Right. Okay. I guess I maybe wasn't paying attention enough to know that was the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
So now that it's clear, it just makes sense. It makes sense.
It's all about the thrill, yeah.
Sure.
So this is why you got to get to know yourself so you can see what's going on inside of you. Because in all honesty, this guy is not your problem. You are your own problem. It's all in you.
Right.
He's not your issue.
Right, I totally see it. And I've heard you say that too about the thrill, talking about that. So yeah, that makes complete sense. Yeah.
So work on you, watch all your thrills so you can overcome them and your life will work out. Everything will be fine. But you got to overcome you. The problem's inside of you.
Right. Okay. Perfect. That makes perfect sense.
All right. Let me know how it goes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I will.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Is it ready? I want to show you guys this amazing picture my producer just sent us. It's that time of year again.
It's got like war paint on.
What the? He has a war paint and deer hunting clothes so he can blend in with the leaves and the bushes and the trees so he can kill deers. Oh, my dear. That's an amazing picture.
In the big photo, I could see he has a bow. Oh, no, it's there. You can see it. It's on the deer. Looks like he did that with a bow.
Oh, my dear.
With a compound bow or something.
He used a bow and arrow to kill the deer?
Yeah, modern compound bow.
Can you
see
make the picture,
entry wound,
can you make the picture
wound.
wider or bigger or something?
No, I cannot.
You can zoom in?
Nope.
Maybe I can make a new
We'll show a better one tomorrow. That way we can see how to make it larger. Nice, Sean. Sean loved working with his hand, fixing things. That's why he went back. He wanted to go hunting. Congratulations, Sean. What the? Oh, I wish I was in Dixie, away from Pearl Yodin, away. Sean enjoying life. Let me go to Timothy, a first-time caller out of Tennessee. No, I'm sorry, Louisiana. Timothy, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
It's amazing. What's up, Mr. Jesse? How you doing today?
All is well. Amazing.
Man, I cannot believe it. I am on the show with the great Jesse Lee Peterson. Do you know 2 years ago, I used to dislike you a lot.
You did?
But, oh, man, I mean, a whole bunch. But, you know, I came to my senses, and I realized that the way I was thinking, the way everybody around me was thinking, your life don't get no better.
That's right.
It don't get no better, and I started wondering how you was dismantling all of my idols on, you know, on your show, like Tariq Nasheed and some, you know, a couple of others. Y'all like, he's whooping their butt. Then I realized when I made my spiritual journey, I said, you know what? Truth.
Yeah.
Truth. That's all. That's what he stands for. You can't defeat truth.
Absolutely, man.
And you know, and it's an honor, man. And I'm glad to talk to you. But I just had to tell you that. You know, I'm back in the fold. You know, I'm where I need to be. I'm growing, family strong. You know, and you know, it's amazing.
Right on, amazing. Have you gone and forgiven your mother?
Boy, now see, you got to leave that alone now, Mr. we were just arguing yesterday. You know, I have forgiven my mother, but the thing that I have a problem with that you were just talking about is the anger issue.
Yeah.
You know, it's the anger issue, the issues, and it don't serve any purposes. And that's how I really know that I was on the wrong path, because, you know, that's what people have used against us for so many years. 100% of the black men in America, they've used anger and emotion. And when you're angry, you can't make conscious, logical decisions.
100%.
You know, all those emotions get tied up and wrapped up, and you go to making crazy decisions, doing stupid stuff, and that's what they prey on us with.
Absolutely, man. So have you forgiven your mother?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I have forgiven my mother.
And did you tell her?
Well, you know, I don't think she asked for forgiveness.
She's not supposed to ask for it. You're supposed to forgive her because when you realize, hey, I'm angry toward her, I'm wrong, and then God will forgive you. She's not supposed to ask for it. That's on her. She may not want to be forgiven because she may love the fact that you hate her, so she can control you.
Yeah. Well, you know, man, that's real tricky, because I know another big thing is in this world, we always try to blame other people, and that's another big part of the problem, you know, and it's real tricky with the racism and stuff like that, because people think, you know, just because this happened, but the opportunities are there for every human being, every man.
Right.
And the decision, your success is based on whether you go left or right, and the consequences from that decision.
That's right.
You know, I've had
and so why haven't you gone and forgiven her? Why have you told her?
Well, I never thought about it like that. But you know, after I get off this phone, I suspect I'll be giving her a phone call.
And what do you think will happen when you go to her and say, "Look, I've been resenting you. I realize now you can help yourself, and I'm sorry for resenting you." What do you think will happen?
Well, the only thing that can happen when a person gives an aura of good spirit, and good nature, and goodwill is you get good results. You know, so I mean, it might not always be good results, but at least I'm moving in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. If you forgive her, you're going to get good results. God will forgive you, but however she acts, that's on her. It has nothing to do with you.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. You know, and so I appreciate that. And another thing I think that I was having a problem with, because once I got my mind on that mindset of truth, and you know, you become judgmental when you first hit that stage. You know, because you try to give everybody like, this is the way you're supposed to do it. You got to do it this way, and you know you're hurting because of this. And you know, and sometimes you get emotional, and get tied up with the anger, and you know, and you can actually do people a disservice.
That's
you know,
right. Yeah.
You know, so that balance. I said, old Jesse Lee Peterson been sitting here the whole time with a wealth of knowledge, and he just so calmly debates people and just let them get angry and throw the mic down on the ground and all that stuff. And but he know he right, because he got God's word behind him. You know,
amazing. And so, have you forgiven your father for not protecting you from your mother?
Well, you know, I ain't never thought about that either. But I will. Man, hold on, man. See, you know what? you got a crystal ball. I ain't meaning to say that in a bad way because I know that's spirit, what you got, spiritism. But you know, I guess you're going off the society. You know what society has created in the family home, and I guess 80 to 90% of the cases, and it's prevalent everywhere. And you know, I have to look into that too. You know, I have a good relationship with both my mother and my father. A wonderful relationship.
And why do you think you have a good relationship with them?
Well, because we're on everyday speaking terms and stuff like that.
But if you had a good relationship with them, wouldn't you have gone and forgiven them?
Well, see, I don't think I've ever been in the point to where, see, when you say forgive, I mean, so I have issues about the dynamic of the family. Sometimes the way it's structured in the home, you know, when it comes to black and white, and the women kind of wanting to be to take charge and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, eventually once men get older, they're kind of just, okay, well, you know, you got it. You know, and things don't work like that.
Right.
You know, it's just, that's not the way God intended. And, but at the same time.
And so if you had a good relationship with them, would have gone and forgiven them for knowing that they did their best, but they still messed up? Wouldn't you have gone already and forgiven them if you had a good relationship?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that is a gesture that's needed. You know, definitely, man. You know, and that probably would be the solve all. And is that why you've recommended that to me? Because that will start fixing everything.
It will fix your life. It will cause you to overcome anger. God would take that spirit of anger away from you.
Okay. All right. Well, I just when I heard the other gentleman talking about what you were saying about judging people, like that's definitely something I was missing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's just huge. You know, it seems simple. You know, and I wish more of the world knew. You know, the people that we're listening to, man, the black misleaders, they are destroying and decimating us as a people.
Yes.
And I don't know if they know it. I don't know if all of them are doing it intentionally, which I don't think so. But I know some are doing it intentionally because they know the power of negative and positive, and you know the way they influence our minds. But they're not doing us a disservice by revisiting slavery and this and all that mess over and over again.
That's right.
You know, it don't. You know, it's because they give a negative emotion. You know, like I tell people when I watch that movie Rosewood. You know, that movie wasn't good for your mind and your eyes. You left out of there feeling bad.
That's
so
right.
Wrong.
They make money off you by controlling you. They keep you angry, and they use you for personal gain. One last quick question, Timothy, and then I got to run. Does your wife obey you?
Man, this is funny because my wife listening on the other line. My wife is the most submissive woman. And I've been with her for 20 years, and she put up with me all the way 15 years later till I started getting it right and realized I was wrong the whole time.
And so does she obey you?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Nice. Well, go and forgive your mother and your father. Tell your wife to forgive her mother and her father. And I'm telling you, and you and your wife will be married until death do you part. But you both got to forgive your parents.
Yes, and she's been helping me with that. My wife has definitely been on me, trying to get me to be a man. You mean, because I'm telling you, this world don't produce men no more.
Right.
And that's why what you got going on, my rebuilding the man, that is serious because we need it.
And so, don't argue with your mother anymore. Stop arguing with her.
Thank you, Mr. Jesse. Thank you. I won't.
All right, Timothy. Thank you. Let me know how it goes. All right.
Yes, I'm calling back.
All right, buddy. Amazing.
Right,
Right now.
Amazing.
Some of you heard about, we reported on this story up in Aurora, up in Colorado. The gang members, according to the report, taking over some of the apartment buildings there. This is in the United States of America. This is not in a foreign country. And I want to remind you that the American government opened up the borders, opened it up, and told the people, come on in. Wherever you're from, whomever you are, and it doesn't matter if you're a criminal or not, come on into America. And by the way, we want y'all to know we got rid of the police, so don't worry about the police. And you probably won't have to go to jail because there's no bail bonds. So you'll wait in the very community that you committed the crime, you can wait and let the citizens see you walking up and down the street, and they hide away in fear. The United States of America. Aurora apartment workers beaten to the pulp by Tren de Aragua. Something like that. Isn't that amazing? This is in the United States of America. Do you still want Kamala Harris for president? Do you still want Kamala for president? It's only going to get worse if you do. It's up to you. This is from KDVR. CBZ management is speaking out and releasing more details regarding what it said happened in the month before one of the properties made national headlines. Watch this from KDVR.
CBZ management said it had been trying to fix problems at its apartment complexes in Aurora for a couple of years, but the company says gangs began causing problems at the end of 2023. This is surveillance video, the company said, shows one of its representatives being assaulted after he refused to accept a bribe at the Whispering Pines complex. We spoke to that worker today who said, "I think they were trying to kill me. I don't know how I got out, but I got out," he told Fox 31 in a telephone interview. The city of Aurora has already shut down one of CBZ's complexes and is threatening to take over others, like the one on Dallas Street, where security cameras showed men carrying guns. The company said migrants were not the problem. Instead, it was gangs that had taken over the complex, and management could not get help stopping them.
Amazing. So management reached out for help, according to the story. They didn't get the help. They go to court, and the court take away the management apartment and try to control it themselves, rather than getting rid of the gangs. In the United States of America, isn't that amazing? The way of life in America is gone. We now live in South Africa. It's South Africa here. It's like wide open South Africa, and it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. Isn't that amazing? Think about that. And generations to come will not know about how great America was at one time, because Black Lives Matter radicals are destroying the monuments, the statues, the memories of America. And the enemies will now say America was never good. When was America good? America was never great, they say. They're already saying that. No big deal that they're foreigners. America, you got to put up with it. You got to suffer. Not only do you suffer because they took away the police, you got to suffer if you complain about what the criminals are doing, illegal aliens are doing in the United States of America. If ever we needed you, Lord, we need you now. The city of Aurora said some CBZ complexes have gone into receivership One last soundbite on that from KDVR.
The city told Fox 31 today some of CBZ's properties have gone into receivership. MSU assistant real estate professor Jeff Pesciut explains what a receiver does.
They really step into the shoes of the owner, and they make ownership decisions. Again, subject to the order of the court, but they make ownership decisions in what they view as the best interest of the property and therefore the best interest of the lender.
Pesciut says receiverships almost always take place before foreclosures. Today, a City of Aurora spokesman said, quote, the city was not going to give credence to these continued exaggerations.
So the city is not going to give credence to the fact that, according to the owner, the building's been taken over by gang members from other countries. And so they're going to take over the building rather than get rid of the gangs. This is what it's all about in America today. Socialism, communism, and that they want to control the American people. They're taking away the man's property, and the government is taking over. Because they don't want to mess with the gang members. That's just an illusion. Amazing, huh? It reminds me of all those Haitian people that are coming in, and the people don't want it. But the government is liberal, and they want it. They're on the side of liberals. And they don't care what the American citizen want. They want control. Follow the Money Trail. BAXTER is a first-time caller out of Virginia. BAXTER, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Yes, sir. Hey, Jesse, I think you give a lot of good information and a lot of good life advice for people. And for years, and I've watched you for about 20 years, being the first to say things everybody knows is true.
Yes.
But nobody has the guts to say it. So I give you a lot of credit there. The problem that the problem that I have listening sometimes is that you ask people if they've been called to be a preacher.
Yes.
And you also say
I asked if they've been called or did they go to school to be a preacher.
Right, and I don't think either one of them is the correct answer. We clearly see in the Bible where the disciples lay on hands onto other people who become apostles, and then you need at least two people to lay hands on, and that's how it's passed down. It was called apostolic succession.
I'm sorry, BAXTER, come a little closer to your phone and repeat what you just said.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes, sir.
So in the Bible, right, so do you remember the eunuch is reading Isaiah? Do you remember that in the Bible?
Never ask a black man if he remembers.
Okay, well, the eunuch is reading. He's reading Isaiah, and Timothy, who has had his hands laid on him. They called it apostolic succession in the Bible for a reason, meaning that from Jesus to the disciples, they lay at least two apostles need to lay hands on somebody, and they call it apostolic succession, where they receive the gifts to be able to forgive and remit sins. The same way, the way that Jesus passed on to them. Now you receive the Holy Spirit, you're able to go on. Anybody's sins you say are forgiven, they are forgiven. If they're not, they're not. That's where the idea of confessing to a priest comes from.
Okay.
So they pass that on in the Bible, right? It's called apostolic succession. So Timothy, who has had hands laid on him by Paul, goes to the Ethiopian eunuch, and the eunuch is reading Isaiah. And Timothy asks him if he understands what he's reading. And the eunuch says, "How can I if I have no teacher?" And what that is saying is that you're not able to just come up with your own interpretation of the Bible. And that you're not able to just read it and say, okay, this is what this means, because that's why you have so many denominations. And it's been laid down since the first century that Jesus Christ was God, and I really want you to come to that realization. It's going to take a humbling of saying, I don't have all the answers, and I need to research where the Trinitarian formula comes from, because you can see the Trinity in the Old Testament. You have the Spirit of God, you have God the Father, who wrestled with Jacob, who ate with Abraham, who did Moses speak with. That's Jesus.
So are you saying, are you in your call right now, are you saying that you believe Jesus is God?
Oh, absolutely.
And you believe it, and you believe it because some man in the Bible said it?
So it's not some man in the Bible, it's Jesus says, I am who I am.
But he never said that he was God.
He doesn't. Okay, but he doesn't need to say that because he doesn't need to say I am God. Like you. So that's
Pastor, are you saying you believing that Jesus is God because some men said it 100 years later that Jesus was God?
No, not because men said that 100 years later. Within the first century, that is what is passed on because there was only one church for 1,000 years. That's what I'm saying, because I come from a Protestant background myself, and I had to humble myself.
And so you believe that Jesus is God, right?
Well, absolutely.
And so
100%.
do you think that Jesus was able to do greater works than God? Hold on, buddy. Hold on, Baxter. Back in a moment. Baxter. A first-time call out of Virginia. Baxter.
Yes, sir.
And so you believe Jesus is God. And Jesus said greater works that he has done that you'll be able to do. Do you believe that you're greater than God or Jesus?
No. So again, but the people who he is anticipating doing that are receiving the Holy Spirit, which is again also is also God. So let me explain my point.
What'd you say?
So when he is saying that to people who will or that are or will be filled with the Holy Spirit, so they are given the ability to do those works in his name.
And did you say they were also God?
No. So let me
did you say that they were also God? The ones that receive the Holy Spirit, did you say they're God?
No, but they are, when you receive the Holy Spirit, that is God living within you.
Jesus said, why are you carrying on over me? Paraphrase. Why are you acting this way about what I'm doing? It's not me, it's my Father that's in me. He's doing the work. And he went on to say at some point, greater work shall you do than what I've done. Would God? Do you think you could do greater works than God?
Right. So let me explain that. Right.
No,
so
I'll let you explain that. But do you think because he said you could do greater work? So
no, I do not.
Jesus said that you can. Jesus said that you can do greater works than him. Would God tell you that you could do greater works than him?
No, but what you're not under, you're misunderstanding. This is the problem of coming to your own interpretation of what that means.
So why are you doing that? Why are you coming to your own interpretation?
No, I am not coming to my own interpretation.
Jesus told you can do greater works than him. Does that make sense?
Are you going to let me finish?
Does that make sense that God would tell you, hey, you'll do greater work than me. I'm God, and you'll do greater work.
Okay,
so that makes sense.
So no, so again, that is your interpretation. But I can
that's
give you
in the Bible.
No, but that's you're not understanding what the message he's trying to convey.
Didn't Jesus say in the Bible, "Hey, it's not me, it's my Father"?
Jesse, he did say that, but
and did Jesus also say that you're going to do greater work? You can do greater work than me.
Okay, does the Bible also say...
Baxter,
that
did Jesus say that?
Yes, he did say that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so now that I'm able to understand, so I am accepting what I know those words are written in the Bible, but what is also written in the Bible, you see, if you don't understand the rhyme of the Old to the New Testament, it's gonna throw you all over. And remember this: every cult comes out of a Bible study.
Every what?
So every cult comes out of a Bible study. Somebody thinks,
Well, why do you belong to a cult then?
No, I attend the Antiochian Orthodox Church.
But that's a
cult.
cult.
So if you don't understand, no, it's not it's not a cult. It's the original church.
No, that's a cult.
No, that's where the Bible says Christians were first called Christians in Antioch. In Antioch.
And what?
The Antiochian Orthodox Church. That is where Christians were first called Christians. You can look. That's in the Bible.
That's the name of the town that the church is in?
Yes, correct.
So you just name a church. You just name a church after a town.
No, it has. Again, it goes back to the apostolic succession. It's been around for 2,000 years. But let me give you a couple Bible verses.
Not too many. Hey, Baxter, it's not Bible Thumping Thursday. I got so many people I want to get to. So don't give me.
This will be real quick.
Don't give me two.
This will be real quick.
Just give me one.
Okay, so you got Isaiah 7:14, and then you have Matthew 1:33, I believe, and they both say a virgin shall conceive a son, and his name will be called Emmanuel, which means God is with us. So the virgin is Mary, conceives the son, Jesus, who is God with us.
You telling us,
and that's
hey, Baxter, you telling us what we already know. Anything new?
No, but that is God with us. So Jesus is God with us. There's nothing there. You can't come to your own interpretation. It's right there.
Jesus is God with us?
Yes, he is God.
What?
Ask a rabbi.
A rabbi is dumb.
But ask a rabbi what that means.
But a rabbi is dumb.
Okay. So ask a rabbi what in Isaiah 53 who that is. They're going to tell you Messiah, Mashiach, God.
Is God in Christ?
No.
God is not in Christ.
I don't know what you're trying to. Jesus Christ is the Logos. He's God.
Was God in Jesus, in Christ?
Christ is God.
Was God in Christ?
Sure, he's in Christ.
So God was in Christ, right?
That's not going to change the fact that he is God in human form.
Was God in Christ?
Okay, yes, say he's God in Christ. I'm giving you the answer you want.
No, you need to give me the truth. Was God in Christ?
Yes, of course he was.
And so if God was in Christ, how could Christ be God?
Because the Bible says that he's God.
There's nowhere in the Bible it says that he's God. But Baxter, call me on Bible Thumping Thursday, all right? I got to run.
All right, sounds good.
All right, buddy. Let me go quickly to Don, our first-time caller out of Pennsylvania. Don, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hi, Jesse.
Hey, Don.
My question for you is, I would like to have your advice on, I've been going through some very, very intense spiritual warfare. It's been going on for a really long time, and I think I know what started it.
All right.
And I don't know what to do. It seems like a daily thing. Let me just tell you what happened, and I'm kind of afraid to say this, but I know that I can say this to Christians. I was homeschooling my daughter, and so I was at home all the time, and I was spending a lot of time watching TV. I would watch the Daily Wire. I listened to your show, a lot of Christian things, a lot of Republican things. I started watching some things on Rumble, and I started to see a lot of the influence that the Freemasons have.
The what?
The Freemasons.
Oh, the Freemasons. Go ahead.
And it's like, I feel like once you know who they are, they know who you are.
Once you know who the Freemasons are, they know who you are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I think they're really, really, really evil. I do. I've been under some sort of demonic attack for like a year.
Okay.
And I don't know what to do.
Are you a Freemason?
No.
Are you a part of their club?
No.
Have you visited their clubs?
No.
Have you seen one in person?
There's one. They're in my town. I know where they are.
But you have not seen them yourself?
Not inside their place or anything like that. No.
So why?
But I see them in the movies. I see them in the media. I know that they have a certain level of power in this country that's evil, that's Luciferian. And
so why
I don't understand.
Why are you paying attention to them? Why are you involved? Why are you even bothered to pay attention to them if you believe they're evil?
I try not to. I try to not even.
Why do you?
I try to not even. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard for me because I feel like they have certain level of power in government and whatnot that oppresses people and hurts people, especially people who are trying to be Christians.
Are you in government?
No.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
And so you believe that they don't know you, they've never seen you, you've never seen them, but you think that they have power over you because you're a Christian?
I think my husband joined them.
Did he say that?
I left him.
Oh. Did he say he joined?
No, but I know he did.
But how you know he did?
You know, just the things that started happening to me. I started to become like under constant demonic attack, and there was like a demonic type voice that kept saying, "This is the Freemasons. This is the Free." And I don't know why. It's not anything that I ever thought of before.
And why did you leave your husband?
Well, he started doing drugs and started getting abusive towards me. And when I started, I was trying, I know I shouldn't be, well, I don't know. I was trying to be forgiving. I was trying to give him time to work those things out. But when I realized that he had joined that club and that these things were happening, I started trying to talk to him, saying, you can't be with those people, and those people are evil, and now they're doing things to me.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How many?
One.
And did you take are you allowing your husband to see his child?
He hasn't asked.
He hasn't asked?
No.
Oh, how long you been gone?
Since February.
Oh, okay. And so your question for me is what?
Well, I've reached out to a lot of different pastors in churches around here, and the people that I talk to are telling me that this is spiritual warfare.
What does that mean?
And I don't know.
And so did you believe them when they said it, and you don't even know what it is?
Well, I did a little bit of research, and, I was almost every day, I spend so much time in prayer, so much time.
And your prayers are not working?
No.
Why you spend so much time in prayer and the prayer is not working?
Because I'm afraid all the time.
Oh. But the prayers are not helping that.
No.
So your question for me is what?
Well, this morning I was watching a sermon. A Catholic priest was giving a sermon about the levels of spiritual warfare. And he was talking about how spiritual warfare involves different levels of oppression, all the way, or influence to oppression, or all the way up to possession by demonic forces. So if that's what's happening to me, how do I make it stop? Because it's been happening for like a year now.
Don,
And,
Don,
yes.
I
Yes.
want to tell you this. You're right. Every human being is evil. There's not one that's not evil until they start to overcome it. All right? All human beings are evil, so you're right about that. But the evil that you have is in you. The Freemason has nothing to do with your evil. Your evil is inside of you, and you think that it's happening from the outside, but it's happening inside of you in your world. And so instead of looking at the Freemason and your husband and this stupid Catholic priest or preacher, whoever you are, you need to start looking at the evil inside of you so you can
I've been doing that. I have been doing that a lot. I've been doing that. I don't understand what evil. I mean, I don't understand what in me is evil.
Your imagination is evil. All of your thoughts are evil. Those thoughts are not from you. They're straight out of evil. They're from the devil and all his little demons that made a home in your imagination when you were traumatized by your mother.
Okay.
So it's in you. It's not in the Freemason. They ain't got nothing to do with your problems. It's all.
Right.
It's. Have you forgiven your mother?
Yes.
You told her?
Yes.
What'd you say to her?
I don't. We talk every day now. I don't have any problem with anybody.
Did you forgive your mother?
Yes.
Did you tell her?
Yes.
What'd you say to her?
I tell her that I love her and that I appreciate her and that I understand the things that she did.
Have you forgiven your mother?
Yes.
Did you tell her that?
Yes.
You told your mother, I'm sorry for resenting you for what you've done to me.
No, not those exact words.
Then you have not forgiven her.
Okay.
And you don't love her. You have no love. You have become just like your mother. And the evil you have is in you. It's not in someone else. Everybody else has their own evil, except for those who are starting to overcome it now by forgiving. But you have your own evil. It's inside of you. Stop pointing your finger at the Freemason and start working on overcoming the evil of your heart by forgiving your mother for what she's done to you and forgive your father for not protecting you from her. Do the silent prayer and watch those thoughts, and God will take them away from you. Your thoughts are evil. You can't do anything about it but see them. But you got to truly forgive your mother. You don't love your mother. You hate your mother.
Okay.
And all your tears are just part of your ego thrill. It feels good.
I'm just honestly, I'm just afraid all the time.
But that fear is not you. It's in your imagination because you have not forgiven your mother.
Okay.
You got to drop your anger. Why don't you forgive your mother?
Oh.
Hello? Did she drop or she hung up? Oh, okay. Call back, Don, if you just dropped. Hello? It's me. I was wondering after all this time we to get together to go over everything. Let me go to first-time caller, John out of North Carolina. I believe his phone dropped the first time. John, thank you for calling. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse, can you hear me okay?
Go ahead, loud and clear.
That's good. So my question is, so I travel a lot for work. I travel pretty much 90% of the year. I'm gone. And I hear some of the stuff that you say, and you kind of criticize young men for still living at home. I'm 28. But whenever I'm in town, I just crash at my mom's place. Is that a problem?
Yes.
Why is that a problem?
Because as long as you're crashing at mama place, you're going to forever crash there. You would never grow up.
I see. So
come back to your phone. Back to your phone, John. Stay close to it. Go ahead.
So as long as so it doesn't matter what I'm doing throughout the year, even if I'm only home for maybe 1 or 2 nights every 2 weeks or something like that.
Yes. You gotta get away from. I mean, you don't have to. If you want to grow and develop into manhood, you gotta get away from mama, because the spirit of mama will not allow you to grow. She will, without, maybe she's aware of it or maybe not, but the spirit of the woman is evil, and it will not allow you to grow. She'll mama you, she'll baby you, she'll feed you, and you will not grow because you're not out there dealing with the issues of life.
I see. Okay.
Well, if you have a job, why can't you get your own place?
No, I can, but the only issue is that the only thing that whenever I speak with them or speak with my family or anything, it's just, okay, well, I'm gone majority of the time, so I'd literally be paying rent, or I wouldn't be saving up as much money.
Well, buy yourself a house. Hold on, buddy. Can you hold?
Sure.
Hold on. I want to go quickly back to John, a first-time caller out of North Carolina. And John says that he traveled a lot with his work, and that his work, and so he's not in town a lot, wherever he is, and he stay at home when he's in town with his folks. And he want to understand, why isn't that okay? Let's see here. Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we were talking about that. And you say that you stay at home so you can save money?
Well, yeah. Yeah.
And why do you need to save so much money?
Because in the grand scheme of things, isn't the point? I mean, everything's getting more expensive nowadays. So in the grand scheme of things, isn't the line of progression that we're supposed to, work as a man? You're supposed to work, save up, build a life for yourself, and be able to get married, have kids, and be able to do that. But if you're out throwing away the money, at least in this situation, so it still doesn't matter. I understand what you said about the spirit of not being able to take on things, but I guess you asked me why I didn't buy a house, and it's just I'm not settled in life, so I didn't want to. That's a big commitment. You buy a house, you're stuck here, or you're stuck in that state. You know what I mean? So
no, you're not stuck. You have a house to go to when you get home from work, when you're in town. While you're away, you can rent it out. Maybe get have someone rent a room or two from you. You can also you'll be building something when you own a house, because no matter what happens, land will always go up and down, but it will always be valuable. And so at 28, you're building for yourself while you're out working. But you stay at home at mama, you're not building anything.
I see. Yeah, something about the whole situation. I've been fighting it for a long time. It's just I keep listening to Mom when she says, well, what's the point? Why don't you just stay here? Why don't you just, stay, make it easy, save this, save that. Don't go out there and it's like they're keeping me at home, and it's just I don't know why. Every time I try and pull away, I always feel like they're trying to keep me right there. Like as if
as if you're what? As if you're what?
As if, I don't know, maybe it's a backup plan or a safety net for them, or it's like, okay, well, I don't know what it is. I just every time I want to pull away from staying at home, it's always okay. Well, it just doesn't make sense. Okay, well, no, just stay here with us. You know what I'm saying?
But why are you listening to her? You're 28 years old. Your mother is your enemy, and she will destroy you before she lets you just get away. And she's destroying your natural ability given to you by God to survive on earth. You're not growing in that at all because she's not going to let you. And then she'll turn you to her husband. She'll turn you to her boyfriend and her husband. Your mother is not going to ever let you go.
I see.
Because she's using you for her own personal ego.
Mm.
And so at this point, you're a grown adult. You can't blame her that you're letting her control you like this.
You're right.
What would happen if you just say, no, I don't want to hear what you... Don't even talk to her about you moving. You move. You don't have to tell her. Let her know, hey, I'm out of here. Bye. You don't owe her any explanation. You don't need to ask her, should you move or not. You don't need her feedback on it or anything. It's time to grow up. You're never going to grow into what God intended for you to because you're not out there dealing with life. You're under the comfort of your mother's skirt tail, and she's never going to release you.
I hear you. Jesse. I appreciate you saying that. I think I just needed somebody to put it that way, because everywhere else, every time I bring it up to anybody else, it's always just like, well, it makes sense. Stay at home, save that money. Why would you go out? If you got it easy, go ahead and stay there. But something feels wrong about the situation. But the convenience of it just always makes it. You always distract yourself with some type of convenience, and you just let it go. But I appreciate you saying that. I've been listening to the show for a long time, and I appreciate what you do. And thank you for telling me that. I think that's all the questions I had, Jesse.
Yeah, get out and build a life for yourself. Do not do what you want, of course, but don't stay under mama, man. She will destroy you. Your mothers don't love their children.
Mm.
They don't love you at all. They use you for personal gain. And then when she sees that you're going to become independent and it doesn't matter what she thinks, oh, but your mother, I had you. I birthed you. I gave you life. She didn't give you life. God gave you life. Life comes from God, not from mama.
I see.
And you're not out there developing in the God-given life that he's giving you because your natural inner nature is not developing. It's not growing. Let me ask you one other quick question. You said that something like, I forgot how you put it, so you can correct me. You said something about, well, I thought you're supposed to save up money, you're supposed to get married, you're supposed to do this. What did you say exactly? You remember?
So like I thought the natural progression is, you're supposed to get a job, be able to provide for others, save up, build a house, get married, have kids. I thought, and that's what they keep saying is why I should stay there. But so I can more quickly do that and get myself in line for that. But it just doesn't seem that way. It just feels like I'm kind of spinning my wheels when I'm there, but because of that convenience, I'm just there. But that's what I was saying.
John,
are we supposed? Go ahead.
Are we supposed to what?
Are we supposed to be doing that? Is that
no?
Because everybody shames us for that's what we feel like we're supposed to be doing is go out there, procreate, go get married and run,
No, John, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. That's a setup. And that's a setup. That doesn't work for anyone. And if you hold on to that line of living, you're going to end up in the same ditch and the same misery that your parents are in with themselves and others. You're going to end up just like every other couple, angry, unhappy with a bunch of children, and they are miserable. And then the woman is going to take the children from you. Get rid of that idea that just live your life moment by moment without any plans or any ideas of how life should be. Do not follow that line. You're going to end up in the same ditch that every other miserable man and woman is.
Okay.
Don't follow that plan, John. You're going to be miserable. Live in the present without any ideas or plan. You can plan to buy your house, like physical plan, like practical plan. Get yourself some land. Go and work around wherever you want to work. And little simple things like that. But as far as I'm supposed to save up money, I'm supposed to get a house, I'm supposed to get married, I'm supposed to have children. That's a setup. You're supposed to live in the present and let life happen for you. It doesn't need your plan or your help.
Right. And I just thought about, well, what if you want kids? And then I remember you saying all the time, we're not supposed to want for anything.
That's right. Because you listen to the ego, the nature of the devil, and you get up and you make some kids and you'll be worse. You'll be more unhappy then than you are right now.
All right, Jesse.
You got to stop believing those thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Have you forgiven your mother?
I have. I've tried to show her your show. I've tried to let her listen to you, but I have. I've looked at her in the eye and we've had that face-to-face conversation, and I have.
What does your father say when you tell him your mother is trying to convince you to stay with her the rest of your life?
My parents split up when I was a long time ago, and my dad he had his own stuff that I've forgiven him for too, but he doesn't give me advice. He's not one to give me any advice or he wasn't much for guidance or anything. I love him to death. He's still my dad, but when it comes to long-term advice, he ain't got nothing for me. So,
are you doing the silent prayer?
I try to.
Are you doing the silent prayer?
No, I'm not, Jesse.
And why not? How do you plan to be aware and present at all time if you don't do the prayer? How are you going to stay out of your imagination if you're not aware?
Sounds like I need to be doing the silent prayer, Jesse.
You got to work on you now, John. You're responsible for your world. You're responsible for you. And I will urge you to get away from Mama. She's telling you all this because she wants to control you. She wants to use you for her own personal ego feelings.
All right.
I wish you well, John.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, Jesse. I appreciate it. And I enjoy the show.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye now. 888-7753-773. Avery is a first-time caller out of Wisconsin. Avery, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hello, Jesse.
Hey, Avery.
How you doing?
Amazing.
Oh, that's good. It's good to hear your voice, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I was just calling. I just been listening to your show maybe the last 6 months.
Okay.
And a lot of the videos, I watched hours and hours of videos. I think I'm like at the final, obstacle in my life of, really finding myself.
Yes.
And when I finally ran into you online, it was just like the icing on the cake. So these last few years actually has been kind of the, some of the toughest. And, the video has been helping me a lot. I've been trying to control my anger, trying to think positive, get negative thoughts out of my head. And, your videos just help me. And, every day is like a counseling session and, a learning experience. So I just want to tell you I appreciate you. I love what you're doing. Some things I might not agree on, but 98% of things, I really think you like the voice of America and a black man in America, you will be the prototype.
How old are you now?
I'm 36.
Oh, okay. Amazing.
I'll be 37 next month.
Right on. You so have you gone and forgiven your mother and father?
Well, about forgiving my mother, we had discussions. We had little debates. I told her a few months ago, how I felt about our relationship and relationship with my dad. My dad's not longer living.
Oh, okay.
It's been over, it's about 12 years now. So, but yeah, I basically forget my dad. I seen what he went through in life too. So, and I kind of repeated his steps.
Yeah.
So I fought him. I just look at it like, something I didn't want to go through. He died young, and in his life, he was really, I wouldn't say he wasn't the best, you know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking I don't want to leave that way, even though he was a good man most of his life.
Yeah.
He did, everything he did was a father. Yeah, man.
Did you go and forgive your mother?
Well, not actually forgive her, but I told her, we had a debate. I told her how I feel about, certain things, how she treated my dad and how she, kind of like you say, my mom's not perfect. You say that, women got the devil in it, and I can definitely see it. So it's kind of hard. It was kind of hard. It was kind of hard forgiving her. But I did have a real talk with her and told her how I feel.
And why didn't you say, hey, I'm sorry for resenting you for what you've done? Because what she has done, she has created you in her image. Your imagination is just like your mother's. The fears, the doubts, the loneliness, the suicidal thoughts, the depressions, the comparing yourself to others. That is the nature that came from your mother, and she couldn't help herself because her mother did it to her. And so your mother, what she done to you, she couldn't help it, and you understand that because you see now that you can't help yourself. This thing been controlling you. Why do you forgive her so God can forgive you and take away her identity and give you a clear mind?
Yeah.
Why did you forgive her? What made you not forgive her?
Well, it was a time we were talking, and she's kind of like, I was close to forgiving her, and then we end up, kind of like not agreeing on something, and she kind of said something that kind of just made me kind of just walk away. That was like, I don't know. I guess it wasn't the right time. Maybe I just had to get that off my chest, and then I'm still, waiting on the time to actually go and forgive her.
The time is now. The moment you see that you have that anger toward her and realize you can't help yourself, and what caused you to realize she could not help herself. She did the best she could. She couldn't help herself. But you need to forgive her and shake it in your boot. Hey, mom, mother, whatever you call her, I'm sorry for resenting you. You created me in your image. You turned me against my father. You made me just like you, and I realized now you can help yourself. I'm sorry for resenting you. Don't ask for forgiveness. Don't apologize for any of your actions because you were just like her. But you apologize for resenting her, and God will forgive you, and He will change your heart, take away the spirit of anger. But he can't do it until you forgive, admit that you're wrong, and you see that you're wrong, but you got to face her and have no expectation from her at all. If she admitted she did it, fine. If she doesn't, fine. If she overreact, fine. She blame it on you or your father, fine. You just say, look, I forgive you for what you've done. Don't argue with her. Don't try to prove anything to her. And then go live your life. You'll be fine. But you got to forgive her. And don't let her, she might not be ready to overcome. And so she'll start arguing with you or create a situation so she can still have control over you. Right. Don't fall for it. Don't argue with her. Don't try to prove anything. Just say, I want you to know I'm sorry for resenting you. I realize now you couldn't help yourself. And then go live your life, man. But you got to forgive her so you can overcome the fear.
Okay.
And don't let the devil talk you out of it. The devil like, oh, that's your mother. Or she can help it. Or you're going to hurt her feelings. She fed you. Whatever. Don't let the devil those thoughts, because Satan, which is in the imagination, doesn't want to depart from you. He and his little demon, they live in human beings. And they want to control you. So don't listen to the thoughts. You do what you got to do so you can be free.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right.
So
I've been listening. Yeah, I've been listening to you, say that to everybody,
Yeah.
And, I always, wanted to do it. I just think like when I actually talked to her the last time, it was kind of like, it was the time, so
yeah.
I think like the next time when I do go and forgive her, it'll just be the time, like, it'll be the right time.
Are you able to FaceTime with her?
Yeah, I am. But yeah, I see my mom. She lives, she don't live too far.
Oh, okay. Well, go face her. You're going to shake in your boots, but it'll be the last time you ever shake in your boots, because the fear that you have is from evil. It's not from God. God did not give you a spirit of fear. Those are evil things that come from you becoming angry as a kid. You became just like your mother.
Oh, yeah. I definitely agree, man.
Yeah. Amazing, Avery.
Oh, yeah, man. I sure appreciate everything all the advice you give, man.
Are you doing the silent prayer?
Well, no, I don't.
I recommend you.
I know you say the silent prayer. You're not doing that, so I just think like everything I got going on, I just kind of like let everything work out, and I think like when I'm focused on letting that go.
Yes.
The silent prayer would be like the final touch, like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm kind of like, should I play it? And, but I know you said play it, do the silent prayer, and that will work.
Yes.
But I'm kind of like, all these issues I got going on, I'm trying to, fix those. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's kind of like it's one of those things where when the time is ready, I think.
Well, I want you to know that if you should start doing the silent prayer and you practice staying present rather than living in your head thinking about the past or the future, then all of your issues would disappear. Because in real reality, you have no problems. It's an illusion. You just think you do.
Yeah, I was wondering because I have problems, and I'm just saying, like, how long would I know how long would the silent prayer work?
The
1
moment.
day, 2 days?
No.
Because I won't, like, you know, all the problems I got, I need a miracle. Like, you know. So.
Well, the moment when you start doing the silent prayer, God's going to bring you out of the imagination and cause you to be with Him in the present. Instead of living in your head, thinking about what has happened, what will happen, what you have or you don't have, or what other people think about you, or what you think about other people, and all that. All those things would disappear if you practice staying present, and you want to live. And if you do it, you're going to live that way at all times, and you will see that you have no problems. There's no such thing as problems. There has never been any problems. It's just been an illusion of problems because you've been living in your imagination. You don't have problems. You just think you do. That's why you need to do the silent prayer so you can stay present and all the illusion of problems will disappear. I promise you that.
Yeah, I hear you on that, Jesse. I hear you.
It's just an illusion. You have no problems.
Yeah. It's kind of like, you know, because when I do pray before the silent prayer, I always pray, you know, silently to myself all the time before I heard about the silent prayer.
Yes.
And it's kind of like, you know, when I wake up, I still had those, you know, same problems, like, you know,
yeah,
same issues,
yeah,
same issues, and it's nothing changed. It's probably even getting worse.
Do the silent prayer, and so you can stay present rather than lost in your imagination. That's the only problem you have. You're lost in darkness of thoughts. All thoughts are all lies. And I promise you, man, if you do the silent prayer and you forgive your mama, you got to face your mama. And then do the silent prayer or do the silent prayer and go forgive your mother. And you're going to see that you have no problem. That Satan been lying to you in your head and you've been consulting with the devil. The devil tell you, oh, go over here and do that. And you go and do it. And then it doesn't work. And then the devil tell you, oh, well, that didn't work. Try this or do this. And you do that. You're still listening to the evil. You're getting all your information from evil. And evil is just setting you up to fail because it wants to destroy you. It wants your life. You got to stop listening to thoughts are all lies all the time about anything.
Well, yeah, I have a lot of those thoughts, man.
Yeah, those are not your thoughts. So from now on, don't call them you. It's enough to see them, but don't identify with them by calling them you. They're not your thoughts. They're not your emotions. And so I got to run, but here's what I recommend for you, Avery. You go forgive your mother. Start doing the silent prayer so you can stay present, go to work, have your dinner, you know, pay your rent, but stay out of your head about anything else. And I promise you life will change immediately for you.
Yeah.
All right.
I had I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off first.
Go ahead.
You say you got to go.
You have
but
what?
I had another question.
Okay.
Well, you know, like another situation.
Can you hold on?
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Let me take a quick break. I'm going to get to everybody and your super chat right after this break. So let me go quickly back to Avery. Avery had one more question for me. Avery, go ahead. Thanks for holding.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I had a long, situation been going on. And I've been hearing, watching videos of, guys of the same issue. I have 3 kids and 3 different women. And I know that you said, just let it go. Your kids are, already messed up or whatever. And that's what I've been going through I know for like the last 5 years maybe. And I'm kind of at that point where you said just let it go. And I don't know if that's right, but I also feel much better. And when as I was, so.
So are you trying to? Your question for me is what?
So should I still be, I know you say just focus on yourself and, and your kids will, catch hell from their mom, but, I still try to, be in two of their lives as much as I can. And I'm always catching, like, issues with their mom.
And so you have 5 kids with 3 different women, you say?
No, I got 3 kids.
Oh, 3 kids with 3 different. Okay. And are they trying to prevent you from seeing your children?
One of them is. One of them. Well, 2 of them are. I haven't seen one of them in 2-3 years, and one of them I get to see, but his mom make it difficult. Well, 2 of their moms make it difficult.
Right.
Well, all of them make them difficult, but the 2 that I deal with makes it difficult. They expect me to, kiss they tail, I would call it. Get along, or you don't get to see your kids.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of like, is it worth it? Because I do want to see my kids, but I don't want to, take demands from, women like that.
Yeah.
Especially especially if it's trying to like use my kids against me.
Yes. And then one of the mothers, she doesn't give you any problem about the kids?
Well, he can come. One of them can come, but she makes it difficult with the transportation. Like, he lives in another city. I'm always putting the bill to go get him. And if I don't come get him, he basically don't come because she won't arrange nothing, So
how old is he? Is it a boy?
Yeah, he a boy. 14.
14.
My other son is 7. Then I got a 5-year-old daughter.
Oh, okay. And so your
And
question...
the daughter stays in another state, so I don't get to see her.
And your question for me is what?
Well, should I, still, get to see my kids?
Why would you try to see them when you see that these women are trying to control you through your children? Why would you even put forth an effort of trying to see them? What's the purpose?
Well, I mean, me and my kids got a bond. They love coming down here.
Yeah.
I got family that they love. They got cousins, aunties, uncles that they see.
Yeah.
And if it weren't for me going to get them or, making that happen, I mean, they miss a lot on my side.
I recommend...
I try to work it out and, compromise much as I can.
You can't do that with a woman.
Well, I know you say that, but as far as the, like I say, one of them is just the transportation, so how gas is, and I'm traveling back and forth every 2 days, to a different city, back and forth, then another one to another city. And then, the transportation and the timing and, one of them, the one child mom that always, I don't know, she just like finds little things to pick at, and I try to ignore it because things, I try, like you say, I try not to be negative with the situation,
Yes.
So I just kind of go along with it. And this past summer, that's when they really, start showing they wasn't, one of my sons did come the whole summer, all because, she's finding a reason for him to stay and, trying to make it seem like he don't want to come and he got things planned for him and trying to make a family with, other men. And I'm just, okay, I understand that, so I kind of left it alone. So I just, like I say, I've just been trying to let it go, and whatever happens, happens. But if I can go and see him, I mean, I think that's, good for me and them.
Well, here's what I recommend for you, Avery. I want to encourage you to go forgive your mother, do the silent prayer, and just start working on you. And stop fighting with these women about it. If it doesn't happen naturally, be done with it, because they will destroy you, and they already destroy your children, and they will destroy your children trying to destroy you, and the more you give them that by catering to them and arguing with them and begging them, you're making it worse on your children, because that evil in the mother is going to pass down to your children. They're going to destroy your children. I would recommend that you work on you so that you can see the right thing to do, and for now, let them go. No more arguing about it. No more communication. Just drop it and work on you. And then, as God is changing you from the old to the new, your kids will return to you one day. And they'll find out what really happened. But the more you try to make this happen, the worse you're making it for yourself and for your children. We are not supposed to make anything happen. We're not created for that reason. We're supposed to let life happen, not make life happen. And you're trying to make this happen because you're emotionally connected with it in your imagination. And the world has told you, and Satan said, oh, those are your children, fight for your children. That's a setup. Do not do that. Let them go. And just forget about those women and just focus on you right now to overcome the fallen state, and you'll be fine. And they're eventually, maybe 17 or 18 or 19, you just don't know, or maybe before that, if it meant for you to have your children, they will be given back to you naturally. But you got to stop it, man. You're destroying yourself.
Okay.
And all that emotion you have about it, it's just emotions, and emotions are not necessary. Emotions are your enemies because they come from evil. They come from the imagination. Oh, these are your children. You have a family here. They need to see grandmama and granddad, and they need to see all that. It's just a setup. You're listening to evil. And those women love making you miserable by wanting your children. That's why they're not giving them to you. They get a joy out of bringing misery upon you. That's why they won't cooperate with you or anything. They love making you angry. They love knowing that you love your kids and they can keep them away from you. You're giving life to the devil by participating in this battle. Lay down your weapons. No more arguing, no more fighting with anyone or even in your imagination. Stop fighting and let the Spirit of truth fight on your behalf. Let it go.
Yeah, I hear you. So is it is it wrong to have like negative thoughts
Yes.
About, well, I know you say, all thoughts are evil, but is it natural for that to rub off on your kids, even if you got, like, you love your kids, but you have negative thoughts about, I don't know, maybe just negative thoughts about yourself that rubs off on your kids?
When you say yourself, who are you? Who are you referring to?
Well, as myself.
Who are you?
Who am I?
Yeah, who is Avery?
Well, I'm a human. I'm a man.
So you're a human, you're a man, and what else?
As far as, I mean, I'm just, a mortal man, just like everybody else.
So you haven't told me who is Avery. You told me what you're human, you're a man, you got a male body, but who is Avery?
Well, I'm a good person. I got a lot of evil in me though, and that's what I'm trying to fight.
And how can you be a good person if you have evil in you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how that works, right?
Right.
I try to be good, but like you said, it's a lot of negative in me.
So here,
I try to fight.
The way you pass on that to your children is when you're angry and you have no patience with them, you have no love, because an angry person have no love. You can't be of God and of Satan, right? Of evil. All angry people of evil, they have no love. And so when you're angry, that's all you have to give to your children, whether you're male or female. And that's why you have to overcome the spirit of anger, and God would change your heart from anger to love, which is his nature, and then that's what you will pass on to your children and to everybody. You will have patience, you will have love.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on, and more patient and understanding, and
Well, that's why you got to forgive you got to forgive your mother, because that lack of patience and that lack of love is her nature, which is evil. And it's not her, but it's the spirit of evil that made her home in her. You got that from her, because when she made you angry, you became like your mother. You become like what you hate. And men are just like their mothers because they have their mother's identity. They think and feel and react like a woman because they have the spirit of their mothers. That's why you must be born again of the spirit of the Father.
Yeah, and I've been noticing that lately, man. I see men and women what they are now. Like I see all the what you call beta males nowadays. It just make me sick, and I just be trying to be on some manly stuff, and it's the world. Well, America is watered down with just like mama's boys and betas. And that's all I see around nowadays.
But don't judge them though, because
you're right. I understand,
because the same spirit that's driving them is what's driving you.
Right, exactly. I see where I was at when I was in the fallen state.
Yes,
I see how I looked at to people, to the world, to my family, everybody. Now I see, like, damn, I was really that lost and that stupid, that that weak,
absolutely,
of a man, that weak of a man. Like, man, I can never go back to that. Like, I can never.
That's right.
Yeah, but I see now. Like, my eyes were definitely open. I see how America is making men into feminist and weak men, unable to stand up for themselves, unable to talk for themselves, not even able to think for themselves.
Yeah.
And it's just makes me sick nowadays. Now I see it, and now I know that I was one of those persons, and now I can see that it's all in my head, like,
It is. It's all in the imagination. It's not real. But Avery, I gotta run. I gotta run. Do the silent prayer. Forgive your mother. Don't argue with the mothers to your children. No more arguing. No more fighting. Fine, let them go. They don't make it easy for you to see your children. Just work on you and let life happen for you. It'll happen for you. It'll be amazing. All right.
Okay, I hear you.
All right, let me know how it goes.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I'll call you sometime, man.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you.
All right, buddy.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye now. 888-7753-773. Justin out of Tennessee. Justin, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse, how's it going?
All is well, Justin.
Awesome. I'm being responsible, Jesse. I did my early voting yesterday. I got up early to get in line to talk to you, so
right on.
Things are looking up.
Nice. And you voted for the Great White Hope?
Well, the great American slogan, workers of the world unite. So I'm voting for the great Marxist hope, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, right. Amazing. Go ahead.
I definitely got Trump.
Right on.
Should I be looking for a girlfriend or just keep focusing on myself?
Why do you ask that?
Well, I'm becoming an old man now, and I just don't know. Like, am I supposed to do something about finding a wife, or should I just let it happen?
And why do you ask that?
Well, because I want to have a family.
Why?
I want to have children one day.
Why?
I think it's part of my responsibility as a Christian, as a man. I think it's another aspect of life I want to experience, and I think having a wife, if I find the right one, will add to my life.
And where are you getting those ideas from?
I don't know where I've gotten them from. Just kind of this is what I thought about in the moment when you asked. I guess, okay, so for Christian, the aspect for Christian, I think, it says in the Bible to be fruitful and multiply. It says in the Bible it's not good for man to be alone. So those are some ideas from the Christian side.
But, so you're getting all those ideas from that?
No, I think a lot of people, on the news and stuff have also talked about population issues. So there's that. I think, I don't know. I don't know where I'm getting the ideas from.
If I were you, I would check out where you get those ideas from. And the reason is because they're all wrong ideas. And you're walking into a trap that every human being walk into. They listen to the voices of the ego, which is their enemy, Satan, and he's telling them, oh, I know what's wrong. You should get married. I know what's wrong. You should have children. And you end up fall into the same ditch that every man and woman has fallen into. You're going to fall right into hell. And you're going to catch a whole lot of problems, and you may make some children with a woman, and it's going to bring more problems. You don't know one couple where that has brought happiness.
Well, okay, so there's a few things. So I don't feel like I'm not doing this. Like, I could live the rest of my life alone. I feel...
But you got this crazy idea that as a Christian, you're supposed to get married and make children. That's not true.
Okay, yeah.
Matter of fact, God said that it's best that not to be something like, and I don't know how to go, but he should be your loved one. You should love him. And once you love God, you'll complete it. A marriage is not love. And
I guess I have so many...
And then if you want... You should not, as a son of God, and in a woman's case, as a daughter of God, you should not want for anything. Because if you want for it, you're going to get that and it's going to destroy you. It won't bring you happiness, it'll bring you misery. You should only want what's right. You should only want the truth. You should only want love, and then love will add everything unto you that is meant for you to be. But if you want anything other than that, you're going to always end up with the wrong thing, and you never will have peace.
Gosh, I guess I don't understand. I guess I could live the rest of my life alone, Jesse. I really, honestly, I could.
So why are you wanting for those things then?
Well, why am I wanting them?
Yeah.
I just felt like I was supposed to.
That doesn't make sense. Why do you feel you're supposed to?
Well, I just feel like I'm supposed to have, if I have children, I can raise up another generation to do, I'm not going to say do good, but to do well in society.
How do you know that? How do you know that you haven't done well in society?
I feel like I'm doing well right now. I have suffered for a long time, but I feel really good right now. I feel really focused.
But you're still not free.
Why do you say that?
Because you wanted for all these outside things that comes from your imagination and false teaching.
Okay. So I need to get to a place where I want not.
Absolutely. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Psalms 23:1. I promise you, you're literally supposed to get to a place where you want for nothing, because if you want for something, you're never going to get to the place where the Lord is your shepherd, and you shall not want. Because everything you want for, you're going to go out there and try hard to get it, in most cases, and you will get it, but you still would not want, you're still going to want, because God will not be your shepherd.
So if I don't want anything, how do I get anything done? Like, why would I do anything?
What do you mean, man?
Why would I work a job? Like, I have a business. Why would I work on my business if I didn't want it to be successful? Why would I work on...
To function on earth, to buy food, to buy shelter, to buy a little clothes, just to function on earth, put gas in your car. That's all those things are for. They are not salvation at all, and they bring no peace.
I guess I want way more out of life than just surviving.
What do you mean?
I just want to do a lot in the world. I want to,
Why?
I have a lot of, I guess it's just, I don't know why. It's just ambition.
Have a lot of
ambition that I have.
And where you get this ambition from?
I'm not sure where it started. I think, I don't know. I can think of memories when I first had them, but I don't know where they come from.
You've been taught to have that by your parents, by your school, by your so-called friends, by your teacher, by your counselor, by your preacher. An ambitious person would never have peace. And only when you let ambitions go, you will have peace. Ambitious is an ego person that's on their way to hell, and they're calling it heaven.
I guess I definitely want to be in that place where I want not and be peaceful. I guess I'm not understanding how, if I'm in that place, then I feel like I'll just be a monk and I'll just be meditating on a mountaintop all the time.
And why do you believe that's another thought? That's a lie. Why do you believe something like that?
That's just the logic I'm thinking. Like, from what you're saying, that's what I'm understanding. If I don't want anything, why would I interact with people? Why would I, get a job? I only need, an apple a day, sit on a mountain and sit cross-legged and just be peaceful. A lot of monks, a lot of people do that.
But those people are lost. They're cowards.
Okay.
They're sitting on a stone, on a rock, looking stupid, and not living their life. They are afraid.
I'm trying to understand. I really am. If I feel like if I don't want anything, then so let's say I get into that state where I want not. So then you're saying naturally I'll want to work on my business and have it be successful, or I'll just naturally be motivated to do things, or things will just happen in my life?
Absolutely.
I don't understand.
Absolutely.
Okay.
God gave you the ability, and that's what will come forth when you let go of all these ego wants, right? He gave you the ability to function on earth. He gave you the know-how to do it. That's what practical thinking is. And that comes from God, too. To get up and go to work, to buy food for yourself, to hang out with other people, but not try to get a sense of identity from them. Take it or leave it, personality. So that's come from God, too. And when your mind is cleared of all these false illusions of self, He's going to give you the ability to function on earth, as He's already done by you start your own business, you take care of yourself. But all those other wants, you got to let go so He can add that to you. Whatever meant for you to have, it will happen naturally.
Okay, so you're saying whatever's meant for me to have will happen naturally. Okay.
You should not be wanting for a family. You should not be wanting for a wife. You should not, because you got to find those things, and they will be a gift from hell and not from heaven. Look at every person you know that's married. They are miserable.
Oh, yeah.
They're all miserable, and yet you're wanting for the same thing because you're listening to the same devil in the imagination.
Well, I mean, I do. There's one story of an old guy on a bench. He got interviewed on YouTube, and he said he had a perfect wife. They never argued. It was the most amazing relationship they ever had. And now that she's passed, he's just waiting to die and join her.
So he lied.
I don't know if he's telling the truth.
He lied.
Okay. Okay.
There's no such thing as a perfect wife.
Okay. Well,
are you doing the silent prayer?
Yes, sir. Did it twice yesterday so I'm on the two-a-day.
Are you been doing it every? Hold on. Can you hold? Oh, are you doing it every morning or night? At night?
I'm starting to. Yes.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me go back to Justin really fast and finish up with Justin out of Tennessee. Justin, you're looking for a girlfriend. You want to be married. You want everything that's going to destroy you. I ask. Are you doing the silent prayer every morning, every night?
Yes.
Every morning, every night.
I've only found about you recently, but like yesterday I did it twice. I've been doing it once a day for a week now. You told me to do it twice a day, so now I'm doing it twice a day.
And have you gone and forgiven your parents?
I don't meet them until November for Thanksgiving.
And then you will forgive them?
Yes. You told me what to say, so I have that written down.
But it's just a little guideline, but don't practice what you say. Have a way to see, all right? The whole point is you're going there to forgive them so God can forgive you and draw you into the kingdom within, and then you will start having life. Because what I want you to know, and this is so true, so help me, human beings don't know what they want. We don't know what we want. We don't know what we need. That's why we listen to the wrong source in our imagination and outside our imagination, inside of other people. And everything they tell us is always wrong. And everything your imagination tells you is always wrong. You don't know what you want. But if you just stay present, it will be added unto you.
All right. So do you want for anything?
I want for nothing.
So then I'm just trying to understand. So why do you do this show?
I ain't got nothing else to do.
Yeah, you do. You could go golfing or fishing, or you could do nothing.
Black people don't golf, and I used to fish, and that got bored. And so I'm doing the show because it's my purpose. It is meant for me to do. I was put here to do what I do, and so that's why I do it. I see nothing else to do but that.
I'm just trying to understand. Is this something that just you came to you, or you just how would I know until I find that?
It will come to you. You will see. So it will be. it will appear to you, and you will have no control over it at all. You can't even say no to it or even yes to it. You would just do it.
Okay.
So in the meantime, do the silent prayer, forgive your parents, and watch, practice staying present, and everything will, and go to work, stay with your business, go to work. So you got to function on earth. You've been given the ability to function on earth, but that's not who you are, right? And so do those things and just do the prayer, watch, and let go all of thoughts that tell you what you think you want, except for practical thoughts. And you'll be fine. It'll work out. You just got to stay present.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jesse.
I wish you well.
Same.
All right, buddy. Did you see this soundbite where this woman claimed to be the president? And she was on Frontier Airlines flight. What's going on Frontier Airlines flight? What's happening on the planes nowadays? What the? So according to Yahoo, a viral TikTok shows a woman ranting on a Frontier Airlines flight about losing her phone. She makes bizarre claims of being president and accuses the attendant of racism. Watch this from TikTok.
Yes, I need to get off this plane. And I'm going to tell you straight out, don't ever come against nobody because of their skin color again. You had enough time. I've seen Frontier do illegal stuff several times. I've been riding you for the last 8 years. Don't tell me. You had enough time to stop that telepilot to not go. You just released him from the bank. I saw it out the window. I know it within my heart.
We called him as soon as we went up there. We called him. We told him that he was already on rapid English. They were already starting to push his back rate.
That's a lie from the pit of hell. Where you get it from? Let me tell you, what's your name? Cynthia, and your last name? Thank you. I am an affirmed sovereign ruler here in the government. 7 continents I own. Keep laughing. Watch your be right on the boat. We shipping people out just for a nice group of expedition. What comes around goes around. This time now. Keep laughing. Watch what happens. You'll be expired just like your battery on your watch.
Tell me black ain't beautiful. Tell me black ain't proud. What a mess. What is she? She said she's what?
A sovereign ruler of this government.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
A sovereign ruler of this government. Is she on pot? What's wrong with her?
Some of these medications, illegal medications even maybe.
I don't know what's up with her. I just know the lights are on and ain't nobody home.
That's how my plane gets when we fly Spirit.
What a mess. Guys, males, men, if your girlfriend beats you and you're not strong enough to defend yourself, which most men are not because they've been told not to defend themselves, what a crap. You can let the woman hit you, but don't hit her back, and you fall for that. What the? Well, at least call the cops. Put her in jail and leave her there. Let her rot in jail. And then if you have children with her, you take your children and you take care of your children and leave her in jail. Don't be afraid to put it, don't feel sorry for her. Put that bitch in jail real fast. And I know bitch is supposed to be a bad word, but it's not. Right, Nick?
Exactly.
When I was
this
growing
is a
up,
movement.
So what?
This is a movement you started. We're returning.
Put that bitch in jail fast. So fast it made her head swim.
It's crazy because in like the UK, they say a nasty word, and it's like super normal.
When I was growing up, bitch was normal. All the older people, men and women, use the word bitch. Look at her; she acting like a bitch, meaning that she's acting like a wet hen or a mad dog.
Yeah, word.
Yeah, mad dog.
Feminism
That meant bitch.
took over our language.
Why y'all let them?
I was born in this world.
Hate can't even
I'm
say the
still
word
letting
now.
them, though.
What?
I said I was born in this world, but I'm still letting them.
Why?
Because that was before this movement you started.
Put him in jail. This is from the Daily Mail. Clint Eastwood, not Clint Eastwood, one of the greatest producer of movies on this side of heaven, and an amazing actor, and a Republican. At least he used to be. I don't know what he is now. Clint Eastwood's daughter, Francisca, was arrested for beating up her boyfriend and leaving him with injuries. I never heard of
this one right here. This is his daughter. This is Clint Eastwood and his daughter. You're telling me this one right here
That's her.
has hell in her?
She looks so nice and innocent. I want her to fly.
I don't believe it. No, it can't be.
I ain't gonna beat up no man. That's not in me.
That's not in me. I got a
Look at
little
her.
article from Daily Mail for you.
Okay.
And well, I don't know. It's just impossible. No way. Clint Eastwood, Daily Mail. Clint Eastwood's daughter Francesca arrested for beating up her boyfriend and leaving him with injuries. She injured him too. Clint Eastwood's daughter Francesca was arrested for felony domestic violence after getting into an argument with her boyfriend. Don't laugh, Jesse. In L.A. on Saturday night. Eastwood, 31. They're talking about Francesca here, 31, whose mom is actress Frances Fisher, was driving around Beverly Hills with her partner when they got into a verbal argument before the actress allegedly got physical, per TMZ. Eastwood's boyfriend then called the police, who advised him to drive to the safety zone at the Beverly Hills Police Department to meet with officers. He might have been listening to you.
Put her in jail.
Eastwood's boyfriend had visible injuries when the pair arrived to speak with police, with the star arrested and booked for felony domestic violence. Eastwood is in a relationship with actor Alexander Wraith, and the pair share a son, 6 years old. It is unclear if Wraith is the victim. Wait, how is that unclear? He's got the injuries, and the cops told him this is them.
Oh, that's him?
Yeah, this is them. Francesca. Wait, Francesca's blonde here. No, that's the same girl. Yeah. So she went blonde, and this is her man.
That's her boyfriend.
His boyfriend. So they have a.
How he let her beat him up?
What the?
Grandpa tell me about the good old days. If a man let a woman beat him, you know you beta. You a beta and Mo beta. You like Mo beta blue.
Shut up.
I want to ask my experts real fast about this survey. There's a new survey that shows all California men, no, I'm sorry, not all. A new survey shows California men take 12 weeks to recover from a breakup. Take 12 weeks to recover from a breakup. Watch this from KTLA 5.
How long does it take for you to recover from a breakup? Well, if you're a man in California, it will take you 12 weeks on average. This is for men. Wow. In case it wasn't clear. Okay. It's according to a survey by datingnews.com. So, on the other hand, women from California took 3 weeks longer than their male counterparts to get over it. It's speculated that women often possess emotions deeply and take more time to reflect on the relationship. They revisit memories and experiences more thoughtfully, which is why closure takes a little longer.
Okay. These women presenting this news.
Okay. It takes them 18 weeks to recover, compared to men from New York who apparently are not sensitive. It only takes them 5 weeks. I believe that.
Okay.
Dang.
Was that the second part of the talking about?
No, that was the same first soundbite, just the last few seconds.
Oh, okay.
Talking about men in New York as opposed to the
California. And then one of the news anchors claimed there's a formula to calculate the recovery time. Watch this from KTLA. 5.
Well, there is a formula to this.
There really
do
is.
tell. Okay.
So if you're the one that's hurt, like you're not the one initiating the breakup, they say it takes half the time you were together.
Oh, okay. That's
so if you were together for a year, it takes you about 6 months.
Okay.
If you were together for like 2 years, it'll take you about a year.
Oh.
What if you were
completely
together
break
for
up.
like 5 years?
Well, then 2.5. Like
That's
a couple
terrible.
Years. Yeah, to really get over it, to really work through
As
those
a woman?
feelings. If it's you that's getting...
As a woman.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. Men maybe a little
Men
shorter.
less.
Yeah, a little less.
I believe that it
That's
takes
girl
men
math.
less, for
Yeah,
sure.
I do too.
100%.
Yeah.
Women are just emotional people.
Even widowers. I mean, men who lose their spouse, they move on more quickly than
That's because it's like, I have a theory on that.
Oh, what's your theory on that?
Just because like they want the companionship, they want to be taken care of. It's like they're lost and confused souls without
They're a
us.
little bit more lost. Yeah.
It's
You're
true.
lost without us.
You're lost without us.
She knows she could even.
But why does it take it longer
She
for them
knew
to
she
get
had
over
it.
Why is she laughing if she
She
believed
knew
that?
she had to make it a joke.
Yeah.
That's why.
Joel, by this person here, Joel and Hank and the anchor baby, Nick, have you ever broken up with anyone?
Yeah.
Did it take you 3 weeks to overcome it?
Yes. It took me longer.
I mean, 12 weeks.
Right. It took me longer.
Than the woman?
Only because I didn't understand what was going on.
It took you longer than the woman to overcome it?
Well, I don't know.
Or
about-
it took you longer than 12 weeks?
Well, I didn't talk to her after that, so I don't know how long it took her. But it was because I didn't know what was going on. But you typically shouldn't have to recover. I think that's the trick right there, is that how come you have to recover?
You got to recover.
But meaning like that means that you were broken.
Excuse me. What?
That means that you were broken in a relationship.
Hearts are
shouldn't-
broken.
I don't know
That's
if it
why they're
should-
called broken hearts.
Broto. But I don't know if it should.
He said it in Spanish.
I don't know if it should break you though. If it break you, that means that it needed to separate because you were too into it.
I don't know the point you're making.
That if you have to recover, it means that you're broken.
Right. We are talking about broken hearts.
Right. But if you're broken, then it should end because it's way too important to you.
Oh, you try to make a deep spiritual point.
No, that's just
Aw,
that's
an
just what it is.
observer.
Men in hearts, men in relationships.
So you say you've broken up with a woman and it took
Yeah.
longer than 12 weeks?
Yes.
Really?
And that was because I was caught up in it.
And hey, how long has the longest taken you to break up with a woman? Once you broke up, how long did it take you to recover?
12 years.
12 years?
A lifetime.
Like,
What, you like 12 years old or something?
Oh, that one took a while too. Oh my goodness.
What one? I just asked.
No, that one wasn't a breakup. That was a crush. The 12 years old one. But the breakups. No, there's different aspects.
I didn't know Hank had a 12-year-old breakup.
That wasn't a break. It wasn't a breakup. I said it was a crush.
Wait, so he was 12 years old when this happened,
And I
or it
liked
took
the girl.
12 years to you to break up?
Yeah.
Were you
12
liking
years
her
old?
for the first 12 years of your whole life?
Yeah. What does
Oh,
this
my
12 mean?
Okay, from like 2nd grade through 8th grade, high school, I really liked this girl. Well, she liked me first, but we never ended up getting together. But that's what you said about the 12 years old. But I wasn't talking about 12 years old. I was talking about 12 years after having a beef with a woman over like Obama and stuff. And it was a girl that I was interested in. And when I realized that she wasn't this honest person, she wasn't this Christian that she pretended to be, I started to kind of throw it away. And then she broke up with me, dumped me. And I think now I'm kind of over it. But it's, years later, you think of something and you're like mad again. I almost said PO'd. Put out. You're put out again.
Nice.
And so you're going through a recovery thing now?
To this day.
Really?
I'm recovering from all these beats and bruises. These ladies,
Spiritual beats and bruises.
Right. I tried to break up with a girl one time, and I was like, nah. I mean, I broke up with her for like a month, and I'm like, nah, I didn't really need to break up with her. And so I got back with her, and then she dumped me later.
Wow, what you get for getting back with her?
You're telling me.
So has this recovery period for you has it been over 12 weeks?
Yeah.
I
don't get what they mean getting recovered.
Me either. That's ridiculous.
Does that mean that they got with somebody else
in
12 weeks later? Because a lot of times you feel like you're over
the
it.
survey doesn't make sense.
But
what's the criteria?
I'm surprised that they said 12 weeks because in these like mainstream media people would put way longer on than 12 weeks.
Yeah.
12 weeks is like nothing for the average guy today, please.
Yeah, their math didn't make sense. They were talking about being with somebody for a year. That's
Girl
6
math.
months. That's way more than 12 weeks.
Right, that didn't make no sense.
That's 3 months
Right.
only.
That was girl
12
math.
weeks is 3 months or less.
So Nick, has it taken in a breakup? Has it taken you 12 weeks to recover?
No, but right before breaking up, it was the hard. Like I'd always have these drawn out, like dramatic breakups where I'm like, but I really care. No, you got to understand why I'm doing it. But I really like you, but we got to be apart. And then I'm someone who I have my own like world, so like I can entertain myself. I'm good, but then like weeks, months, years later, I'm like, but what coulda, shoulda, woulda. Looking back at the memories. And that's the funny thing too about guys. I think that's like a common meme.
Yeah.
That's a common meme is that girls will get real emotional right after the breakup and will have to get over it for weeks, and guys will be fine. But then when the girl's over it, that's when the guy
comes crawling back.
Starts feeling like, what could have been? What's wrong with me? Am I gonna be alone? Hey, that's like a common meme. I don't know.
So does this idea, then I got to move on back to the callers. Does this idea make sense that it take 12 weeks to recover?
This rubric is weird. And I don't know where they get their data from.
15 weeks. They said 15 weeks for a woman.
I think I thought I saw 18 weeks for women, but she says, but Derek says 15 weeks. I thought I heard 18 weeks.
Yeah, I did too.
And New York men only 5 weeks.
How many of that is months?
Based cold-hearted New Yorkers.
So that makes sense that it take that long to recover?
It takes a life. Look, have you been listening to the JLP show, folks? It takes a lifetime to recover some of those people.
I love what they said about going over memories and deep emotions and thoughts and all that stuff. Because that part's true.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this when Derek gave me this story. How long did it take me to overcome breakup with women? And I remember riding up and down Pacific Coast Highway singing by the dock of the bay on a beautiful sunshiny day. And I think what happened was I didn't go to the 12 weeks because I would hurry up and find me another girlfriend so I can get over the pain of breaking up with the other one. So I never really lasted 12 weeks, I don't think.
See, that's what that's what a lot of guys do. Actually.
What? Get a new one?
Yeah, like there's always one in the wing for that exact reason.
Right. And so many women out there, you don't have to wait 12 weeks.
I'm pretty selfish, so like
I don't think
get
anybody
over it
would.
pretty fast.
Did you ever find yourself alone and then stew over all of the prior women?
The ones I really, really thought I loved.
Yeah.
I would boohoo.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, I didn't want to be alone because that's all I would think about would be her. And then I would think about all those beautiful times we had together.
Yeah.
And I would be thinking about how fine she is.
Right.
And I would just boohoo.
All that
She's so
selfishness.
cute. You can't just hurt her. She's just way too cute.
Right. And I forget about the hell that's in her.
That's an interesting point, though, because it makes
All
me
of a sudden, she's beautiful.
I'm so selfish with my time that I would get over it.
That's that
fast.
bipolarness.
It is.
In everybody.
That's that Asperger.
Whoa.
What?
Joel's about to talk.
It's interesting because I don't even know if people are even taking that much time by themselves to even see how long they're taking to recover.
Take that long.
Right.
It was too painful to wait 12 weeks. Who's going to wait 12 weeks with all that pain?
It seems like you just gather up resentments and grudges and things, and so you get worse in life.
Ooh. Come up with conclusions.
So
in your
what?
head.
Throughout your life, you gather up different things that you resent and hold a grudge about, and you think that you've forgotten, but it comes up again and you didn't forget.
Yeah.
You really
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
people get worse.
Amazing. Okay, Obi, I can't say this on the show.
What type? What up?
My PR guy just sent me a note, and I can't say that.
Ooh.
It's bad enough saying
yeah, you definitely can't say
Asperger.
Can I tell you?
Derek
Is there
got
even a
over
nice
it
way
in
of
2
saying that?
days.
My producer said he took him 2 days. Oh, he tried to be tough.
2 days.
He black.
Because he was only with her 2 days. That's why.
Right? 2 minutes.
No, he was with her 4 days.
And then 2 days.
Yeah.
All right. Last
All right,
word,
then.
real fast.
Shut up
If
and
you
man
can
up.
you can hear.
It's time to
Well, you
man
blocking
up.
James' face.
Oh,
I don't mind.
amazing.
Amazing.
Last word.
Last thing, crazy people. Another thing that guys do that's crazy is that to get over a woman, they try to make themselves real busy and prevent themselves from being still.
I understand.
And
it.
they do all that stuff.
The pain too great.
That's not good.
Last word.
It's just another part of worshiping self.
Amazing. Yeah.
Nice.
You went skating last night.
No,
Why your eyes so red?
I didn't go skating last night.
You
Well,
smoked pot last night.
no,
We need to zoom in.
I had a late dinner.
You had a late dinner?
Open your eyes
and
wide
that,
so we
that
can see.
always.
Look, his eyes look like he went skating again.
That for sure.
It was
No
what?
skating. I'll tell you if it was skating, but I had a late dinner and I knew I shouldn't, but I was so hungry.
You
and
had a
then-
late dinner by yourself?
and it was a heavy one, so it was it was bad for me.
Amazing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Amazing. Let me go to Andrew, a first-time caller out of Maryland. Andrew, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse. How's it going?
All is well, Andrew.
All right. I had a little bit of a question for you. Maybe a little off subject from your normal questions, but
Okay.
last night I was on my way to work, and there's a big bridge connecting one county to the other. And on the way across the bridge, there was some workers, and the flagger guy that holds the sign that says "Stop or Slow" wouldn't give me the proper directions on which way to go. He was a black guy. And when I asked him, what the hell do you want me to do, he ran up to my car window, started cussing me out, calling me a honky, a cracker, everything in the book. And when I smiled in his face, he reached in my car and attempted to assault me. I pepper sprayed him just because I didn't want to fight a black guy because, I would have gone to jail for 40 years. And I'm just curious, how should I handle this in court?
Have
I
him
mean, I figured I'd
arrested. Have him arrested and just tell him what happened, and you want to press charges and put him in jail.
Well, I ended up going to jail last night because the police said that his eyes hurt from the pepper spray, therefore they considered it assault. But due to but in the report it says that he used racial slurs against me, and I'm just hoping that
Let me just say
courts.
this. Let me say this because of time. Stay calm. Don't overreact. And maybe you need to get a lawyer to advise you on what to do, but don't overreact. Don't overreact.
Oh, I have the best lawyer in the county. Trust me, I'm cool as a cucumber.
Oh, okay, yeah. And don't let me know how it goes too. All right.
Yeah, definitely, man. I've been listening to you for about 6 years. You changed my life. You turned me to God from an atheist, and I have nothing to say but thanks to you.
You're welcome, man. And stay with it and don't overreact. You'll be fine.
Okay, I will definitely do the silent prayer and concentrate on it for the next few days.
Right on. Amazing. Thank you, bud. Let me know. Ken out of Colorado. Ken, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
How's it going, Jesse?
All is well.
I know you're pressed for time, so I'm going to make this real quick. Man.
Okay.
I just want to know, just to give you a quick background, my girlfriend caught me cheating when we were in our fallen state. We've been working on ourselves for a while now, but when she caught me cheating, the whole trust thing, I don't trust you anymore, that kind of thing. What's your take on trust? Is trust rebuilt? Is it trust even a thing? I just want to know what your thoughts are.
It's not
on
real.
trust.
No such thing as trust because trust is is just a false idea. It doesn't exist.
So it's either like you either believe in me or you don't,
Right.
kind of thing.
Right.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
and what I recommend is just apologize. Hey, I shouldn't have done that. I was wrong. Right? I was wrong. And then do not try to convince her you're not doing it anymore. Don't argue with her. Just don't do it anymore, but don't try to prove to her that you are doing it or not. Because the more you try to prove it to her, the worse she's going to get and more demands she's going to put on you in order to control you.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I was just kind of like, it's been over a year since that happened, but it kind of just lingers in the back of my mind, and I know that's something that I'm dealing with myself.
Are you trying to prove to her you're not doing it anymore?
No, I haven't at all.
Oh, okay.
And she doesn't bring it up either.
Nice.
So the fact that it kind of lingers in mine is my problem.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
let it go from your mind. Don't hold on to it. It's just an idea now because what happened then.
Right.
And it doesn't exist now. Well, all you have is right now. So let the thought of what happened leave so you don't have to. That's Satan. If you keep thinking on it, you got to repeat it.
Okay. I appreciate that answer, Jesse.
All right, so drop it. Don't discuss it anymore with her. Don't argue about it. Don't try to prove anything. Just don't do it again and live now. All you have is right now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jesse. I hope you have the good rest of your week.
You too, buddy. Thank you. The election day is closed now. I mean, it's coming so fast it makes your head swim. And you remember when Barack Obama went and talked to some black guys and he called them names? It reminded me of, even though he didn't say this. It reminded me of Haken's making the point that Clint Eastwood made movies at 90 years old, Nick. So you got a lot of time. But it reminded me of when black people would leave the plantation of the Democratic Party and the other blacks would get mad at them for escaping. And they would send Harry Tubman after them to bring them back to the plantation, right? And Harry Tubman, meaning the other blacks who were under the Democratic Party plantation, and they didn't want the blacks to escape. And the blacks would go after them by calling them Uncle Tom, the N-word, all kinds of names. When Obama was speaking to those blacks about voting for Kamala Harris, it reminded me of that. Because he's calling them something like misogynist or, I forgot how he put it, so I can't really repeat it, but something like, you're not, I hope you're not being misogynist. You know how the black woman always, she's been the thing. And there has been a reaction, and still a reaction from Barack Obama attack upon the blacks who have decided that they were going to vote for the Great White Hope. Some blacks are reacting to that. And it's weird because Obama gave the impression, as most black so-called leaders do, and the white liberal leaders too, that you are black and you have no business thinking freely. You have no business making up your own mind that you're going to vote for Trump and not Kamala Harris. You have no business deciding that. You know we've been thinking for you for the last 70 years. How dare you to think for yourself? It was really, it was crazy to see that. But it was just insane. And so blacks have been responding, black voters have been responding to Obama's scolding. Here's feedback from black voters on Obama's scolding comments toward the black men. Watch this from Sky News. We had to go all the way over the seas to get this because American news is not showing it. It may be Fox News, but other than that, you're not seeing it on American news. Watch this from Sky News.
Barack Obama and every Democrat out there to know, you do not own black people. We are not slaves. Our chains are gone. We do not owe you anything, and we don't have to give you an account for how we choose to vote.
The Democrats then unleashed Barack Obama into the wild to shame us black men for not supporting Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she's yet to unveil any policies that represent our interests. But if it was a white politician shaming other white men for not voting based on identity politics, y'all will call him racist. Why is it okay for Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, and all these other people that supposedly look like me? Why is it okay for them to get on TV and shame me for not voting for them simply because they look like me? That is racist, brother. I don't know how else to put it. That is racism. I don't have to vote for Kamala because she's quote unquote black. Just like I shouldn't have voted for yo because you got up there, you tap dance for the establishment, and you ain't do a goddamn for the black people that put you in office. You, brother.
You ain't did a thing for us in the 8 years that you was in the White House. And you think you gonna pop up during an election year and try to scold black men for not wanting to vote for your candidate? Have you lost mind?
Don't mess with the blacks. What the? That ticked them off, and I don't blame them. The nerve, the audacity, the galls of Obama to do that was mind-blowing. I mean, he walked in that room like he really thought that he was the fallen Messiah. He was the Messiah. And scolded grown people. I mean, outright scolded them like Big Mama Obama. Big Mama Obama. It was mind-blowing. He had no shame. And I'm wondering out loud, is he surprised at the backlash? Because Obama disappointed so many black people when they voted for him, it wasn't funny. They thought, for whatever reason, they thought that Obama was going to do something for them. What? I don't know. But they were expecting that. And nothing happened. It was all about Obama, his family, and all his little uppity friends. What a mess. Here's just a little bit more of the other feedback from Sky News.
I spent 7 years of my life fighting your administration, you and Biden, by the way, for my husband's military benefits. My daughter died because of Obamacare. I don't give a about you.
This message is for President Obama. First and foremost, you're not going to tell me what I'm going to do and what I'm not going to do. Number one, I ain't going to vote for Kamala Harris. I think that she's going to make a bad president. She's a bad vice president. Everything she does, she tries to politicize it, and she hasn't shown the fact that she wants to put America first ever. So I'm not voting for that individual.
What you thought you was doing, Barack Obama? Boy, you didn't step out there. All you did was black men off, bro. Yeah. All you did was black men off. Why y'all think the American people why y'all think the Democrat Party own black folk? The Democrat Party don't own black folks, bro. What you thought you was doing with that? We see the play. We know, we see the play. Kamala Harris is losing. She's not going to win.
The audacity of you to say to us that we are required and we better vote for Kamala Harris and that we don't want to see a woman in a position of power. You're a liar.
What a mess. What it is, black people are not respected. They're just, for 70 years, they've been so not individuals. They have not been acting like individual thinkers. They have not been a free people like they were prior to the civil rights movement. Black people literally, at one time, thought for themselves. Really. It wasn't like this until the civil rights movement happened. And so all the uppity black so-called leaders and politicians, whatever they want to be, call themselves, they thought that it's going to be that way forever. Because they have been getting away with it for so long. And I've always said, black people are not respected. The Democratic Party don't have any respect. I realized that because when I moved to California, at 18, I started listening to Louis Farrakhan and Jesse Jackson and those people at the time, NAACP. And I thought, because I was a teenager, I thought they were like right in what they were saying. And so I voted Democratic. And I soon realized after a while that if what these people are saying about the blacks being held down by white people, how they are doing so well. Their families they have two parents in their home, they're going to the best schools, they're getting jobs, they have like a white life. But they're telling other black people they can't have it. I'm like, something wrong here. And that's when I woke up. But they don't expect the blacks to wake up. I bet Obama's stunned.
I'm a warrior.
That's what you're. I bet they're stunned at the reactions of the blacks. And the liberal media didn't show all this. This came from Sky News. Thank you, Derek. My producer found this. I didn't even know it was out there like this. And remember, Obama allowed his mom-in-law to stay at the White House with them. Remember that? His mom-in-law was staying there with him at the White House. Ain't nobody ever seen that before. He was living high on the hall because he knew, or at least he thought, he had the support of the blacks. What a mess. There is no justice in society today. Have you noticed that? Let me go to Ashley out of Texas. Ashley, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hi, Jesse. How are you this morning?
All is well. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Nice.
Doing really good.
Nice.
So it's been a couple of months since I have listened to you, but the Lord laid it on my heart yesterday to pull you back up. And so there's something that you talk about often that I'm trying to wrap my mind around.
Okay.
And one thing that you talk about is not operating in fear.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
So how do we determine between maybe a fear that's external versus the human defense mechanism? So we all have, a defense mechanism within us that says, ooh, something's scary. Don't go that way or don't do that. How would you advise me to recognize, is there a difference, number one, and how do I recognize that?
Well, first of all, I don't understand when you say we all have a defense mechanism that tell you, whoop, don't go that way. What do you mean by that?
So if you were hiking on a trail and you've seen a wild animal, it raises up a sense of fear within us.
I see. Well, that's a practical fear because once the bear is gone, then that fear disappeared as well. It's not something you live with or live by.
I understand. A practical fear.
Yes. But there is a false fear that is in your mind, and it makes you afraid when there's nothing around to be afraid of, for example.
I understand. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and that's the one that is not from God. It's from evil, and it's not you. It's the spirit of evil.
Correct. So you're saying we have practical fear and then we have irrational fears.
Right, but you don't live by the practical fear. Like, for example,
No.
if you're going to walk across the road, you look both ways instead of just taking off because you know a possibility you're getting hit by a car or something. But you don't live by that. It's just practical
In
fear.
the
that
circumstance.
Right.
Okay.
Have you overcome the fear of the imagination?
Of the imagination, yes.
So
yes.
you have no fear?
No, sir.
Nice.
No, sir.
Nice.
I trust in the Lord, and I believe that as long as I'm following him, there is no fear in the Lord. And so, but I was trying to get my brain to understand how we have what you're saying, practical fear.
How do you know you trust in the Lord?
I have peace. I have joy. I don't live in fear. I don't live in anger. And I try to stay as close to him as I can.
By doing what?
I read and I pray every day. Having a little struggle with church right now, to be honest. So I don't necessarily go to church every day, but I do have a personal relationship with God.
And how do you know that?
My life is made evident of that. I was an addict for 10 years, been sober 12 now. There's some things that have occurred in my life where I can visibly see that there was an old Ashley and a new Ashley.
And when you pray, what do you say?
Well, I say your silent prayer, but I also, add in, I guess, prayer requests of other people or prayer requests that I may have personally.
Give me an example of a prayer request for you or someone else.
Okay, well, I've been going to a church that I'm not for sure preaches the entire Bible, maybe just the bits and pieces that they like. And it's something that I've recognized, and it's something that I've taken to the Lord, like, God, please show me the way that you would have me to handle this situation. That would be a prayer request of mine.
And give me an example of a prayer request for someone else.
Well, usually people come with their prayer request of how they would like it to come about. And the way I pray for people is that God's will be done, because I don't know the will of God for someone else. And so I don't want to pray something they want versus something that God wants for them.
Interesting. And so you're doing the silent prayer and you pray to God to show you how to deal with the situation, right?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And you were a drug addict for 60 years, you say?
Oh, 10.
10 years.
Yeah.
And
not that many.
I know.
Slow down.
Okay. Amazing. Well, you stay with it, except that you were never a drug addict. You have never been a drug addict.
Okay.
It's just that
is it that I had sin in my life?
No, you had an angry heart, of course, but you were trying to escape the misery that you were feeling within, the unhappiness, the anger, the lostness. And so you were using that to make yourself feel better, trying to feel better. But the real you have never been a drug addict.
Wow.
The false you were using drugs because you were
Yeah.
separated from God.
Yes. Yes. Wow. Well, thank you, Jesse, for that. Thank you.
And so stay with it, all right?
All right. Thank you so much, Jesse. Have a great day.
You too. Amazing. One quick thing I want to share with you, then I get back to the calls and the super chat. There was a shooting that some of you might not have heard about. Oh, that shooting you may not have heard about. And it happened at Santa Monica College here in Los Angeles. At Santa Monica College, right down the road from here, over there by the beach. About 15, 20 minutes away from where we're located, over there by the beach. Well, according to Fox 11 and NBC LA, a Santa Monica College employee is dead. Is dead after she was shot by another campus worker on Monday night. The family and friends of the college employee who was fatally shot were gripped with grief and outrage as the woman died from a gunshot wound on Thursday. Here's the first report from NBC LA. Watch this.
I just wish that none of this occurred.
Patrick Buckley said his mom, Felicia Hudson, must be celebrated.
My mom was a positive soul. She brought light to any room she walked into. She had a smile that can make anyone else smile.
The 54-year-old worked at Santa Monica College for more than 25 years, most recently as a custodial operations manager. Dennis Biddle was her boss.
I can remember the day when Felicia became a manager or a supervisor. She was nervous to do it, and her growth and improvement has just been amazing.
And that just adds to the heartbreak, knowing she was killed on the job Monday night.
Everyone that I've been speaking with is truly heartbroken, as am I.
Just before 10 p.m., a man who works under Felicia, Davon Darrell Dean, shot her at the Center for Media and Design. She later died at the hospital. On Tuesday afternoon, after a brief pursuit and standoff, Dean was found dead in his car in Hawthorne from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Patrick said his mom knew Dean well and helped him often.
My mom was really close with him.
But tonight, Patrick's frustrated over what he believes is a lack of security on campus.
I feel like campus should be secure 24/7.
Especially considering there was another school shooting here in 2013 that his mom survived.
Wow. You know, that Santa Monica area down there where that college is located, it's a nice area. It's a nice area. And I remember the good old days before they changed the laws around L.A., when they took away bail bonds, before they took away the police, and they made the innocent people become victims, criminals, and the criminals the innocent. Isn't that amazing? You would have never heard of something like that. That was stuff was done in the hood over there in South Central L.A. Now this is happening on a daily basis in the L.A. area, in the suburb areas. Your government made it possible. They set it up so it can become this way. Isn't that amazing? The deceased employee's son was outraged after learning about the shooter's background. Watch this from NBC LA.
He's also outraged after learning about Dean's background. That includes arrests for attempted murder and assault with a deadly weapon, and convictions for misdemeanor property crimes.
In his hiring process, that gentleman should have been farther assessed. Like, my mom is at work. I shouldn't have to be worried that someone that she works with is going to take her life.
We asked Santa Monica College if they ran a background check on Dean before they hired him. Superintendent and President Catherine Jeffrey said in part, quote, "The college requires that all prospective employees disclose previous criminal convictions, and all employees are fingerprinted. By law, the college is only able to consider convictions in our hiring decisions and are unaware of an applicant's arrest history." President Jeffrey said Dean did disclose his convictions, which matched records from the Department of Justice.
I feel personally that the school failed us.
Amazing. You see all black people in control of the school. I remember when Santa Monica College was controlled by whites. I literally remember that. And Santa Monica College was the school to go to for a 2-year education to get you on up to the 4-year. Santa Monica College was highly recommended. And it was controlled by whites, and that was all black. Tell me this ain't South Africa. It's mostly blacks running it now. And did you know that they had a law that prohibits the college employer from knowing about the shooter's conviction history? I didn't know about that until this morning. Derek would tell me about it. This is from Cal Civics Rights.
Check this out.
.gov.
Fair Chance Act, they're calling this thing. The Fair Chance Act, guidance for California employers and job applicants. The Fair Chance Act, which went into effect January 1st, 2018, is a California law that aims to reduce undue barriers to employment for individuals with criminal histories. This law generally prohibits employers with 5 or more employees from asking a job candidate about conviction history before making a job offer, among other requirements. This type of law is also known as the ban the box law, whatever that means. But yeah,
what a mess!
So you can't do it. It's you're going to violate the Fair Chance Act.
So to interpret that, what I believe is saying that you can't ask blacks about their criminal history because all the black people, not all, but most have criminal history. They have a criminal history. They've been in jail or they've been in prison. And you can't ask them that. So in return, you put your life at risk. The government that approved this, they're protected. They're protected. They have guns. They have bodyguards. And you pay for it. But for you, you don't even know who you're working with. Because they don't want you to ask the blacks if they've been in prison, because that's racism. And they don't really believe that it's racism. They're doing it for the vote. And they don't care about you. And yeah, you vote them in. We have a Democratic government in California, and they've been there for a while now, and everything is out of control. Everything. I just heard a report yesterday of one of the, if not the largest gas and oil refiner, I believe, going out of business starting this year. Because Governor Newsom signed a bill that they're trying to get rid of gas and oil, or oil in California. They want to bring in electric cars and things. So now you can check, you can't check the box that says felon. You can check to say what color, but not felon. Danielle is out of Washington State. Danielle, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hi, Jesse.
Hey, Danielle.
Happy Friday to you and your crew.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yes.
I have a question. I guess it's kind of a Bible thumper question, but
okay.
I can ask it today.
Yes, it's Open Line Friday.
Okay. I've been working on myself a lot about the last year. Getting rid of the anger, watching my thoughts. I forgave my father, forgave my mother. That was a doozy, of course.
Amazing.
She's shunned me ever since, and it's actually made my life a lot more peaceful.
Absolutely.
It does. Oh, it so does. But I'm not angry about it, and that's the best part.
Right on.
And a lot of it's been just the result of listening to you, and also getting as close to God as I can in the most real way that I can, and all that, which has included, a lot of what you talk about. I do like to read the Bible and listen to sermons about the Word, because so much of the way the evil is described, especially by Paul in Ephesians and all this, is so relevant to the evil we're seeing today.
Yes.
And that's why I find it so it's comforting and interesting and everything. So the other thing I'm doing a little of is going to church. I found a good non-denominational place in the nearby deep red state of Idaho where everybody loves our daddy Trump.
Oh,
So
the great white hope.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Amazing.
I was queuing you up for that one. At any rate, I really do like it because I like the pastor, but I don't go all the time. And I am going to get baptized on Halloween. And I just wanted to hear your perspective about that. It's water baptism and also just how to, I agree with a lot of your criticism or perspectives on Christians and how inauthentic it can all be and how big our ego can be and how the devil gets in our thoughts about it all. And I just want your perspective on it, if you've done it, and how you approach it or think about it, and how to keep that ego out of it. And
about water baptism?
Yeah, and that's so I'm not like checking a box. I don't want it. I'm doing it to open my heart, and I don't want it to be this.
You're doing
in
it.
my head.
You're doing water baptism to open your heart.
To take that step to open my heart to God as much as possible.
How will water baptism open your heart?
Well, I mean, I've seen enough. I haven't felt like there's a lot of things I have to do as a Christian to get close to God. But I feel like baptism is one step, sort of a formal step
to get to God.
Spiritual. Yes, a spiritual step. Do you think that, or
how will water baptism get you to God? Period.
Just the commitment, I guess, the symbolism of washing my old self away. Is that?
No, that's
misguided?
That's within. There's nothing wrong if you decide you want to go be baptized by water or in water. That's fine. It's just a symbol of the change that happened on the inside. But baptism now is of the Spirit. Mm-hmm. It's not. There's nothing right or wrong by doing it by water if you want to, but it's of the Spirit now and not of the water. And so that's what baptism is about now. But there's nothing wrong with it if you want to do it.
I see. Okay. Is there anything you're going to probably tell me this is just thoughts, but the Halloween thing is that a bad omen?
Well, maybe a sign you might get baptized by the devil.
I don't want to be thinking about that when I do it.
No,
I want that devil far, far away.
Yeah,
but,
I'm just joking. No, but
I know.
Halloween is just Halloween. It has nothing to do with baptism.
Okay. All right.
So there's nothing wrong with getting baptized by water if you want to, but real baptism now is of the Spirit. All right?
Okay.
And getting baptized by water is not going to draw you closer to God at all.
Okay.
It's just going to get your clothes wet.
It sounds pretty messy. Yeah, it does. And there's like a big long line of people, So, yeah, I don't mind doing it. I'm glad you told me that. I've heard different things, and you know how that can be with our Christian people out there talking about it.
Do you want to know? You want to know who God is? You want to know God?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
How badly do you want to know God?
It's the only thing I want to know.
If you want to know God, stop thinking about Him.
Okay.
Thinking about God is keeping you from knowing God. Because thinking about God is just a thought. It's just thinking, and it has no meaning. And God and the intellect has nothing in common. They have nothing to do with each other.
Mm-hmm. I believe that.
So stop thinking about Him. Just do the silent prayer and watch, and you will know God. But if you continue to think about Him, you're not going to know Him.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
Like a lot you say, it's counterintuitive but brilliant and very helpful. It's all been very helpful this last year to listen to you. And
Well,
I appreciate it a lot.
Stay with it, stay with it, stay with it. And I wish you, when are you getting baptized?
It's Thursday, the Halloween. Halloween.
Oh, I see. I wish you well. Have fun with it, but it's neither right nor wrong. All right?
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm glad to know that. Can I ask you one more thing? Do you have time?
Go ahead.
The other thing I'm finding out as you watch yourself, you talk a lot about false identities.
Yes.
Boy, those are hard to manage. But I've just noticed, I used to, especially around men, I used to be pretty boy crazy or guy crazy.
Yeah.
Had a problem with that. And I really thought a lot of my anger was around my mother, and once I forgave her,
yeah,
and that anger went away, and I couldn't blame her anymore for it.
That's right.
I noticed, and I noticed, and I understand why you talk and always pat people on the back for staying at home and not trying to get out there and chase everything, because I love that. I love being by myself now and with a lot less people in my life. But one of the reasons I get nervous out there is I do notice those false identities sure come to the surface when I interact with men, in a way I never noticed before about myself.
Yes.
They're not, I do this thing where I sort of try to draw them in and then get them to all interested.
Yes.
And then get them and I do it in this very sort of, I didn't know this about myself, actually. I do this sort of, I'm such a sweet, I'm a very pleasing person, just stroke their ego, get them to think I'm the best thing in the world. And then I'm surprised when they're all interested, and then I don't want anything to do with it, especially, I'm just not interested in that right now. And it makes me nervous. But I realize, gosh, you sat there and you just smiled and you're so nice and friendly, and of course they're going to give you attention, but It makes me anxious because I feel the false self coming out.
Yes.
And usually what I do is I just crush them, man. I just kill them. Then I back away and I push them away, and I've been doing that a long time in my life to men, and I would just wonder, is that anger?
It's a thrill for sure when you're doing that to the men, to draw the, and all women do this. You're getting a thrill because you see that you have control over them. You can use them the way you want to. They're weak and you resent their weakness. They're mama boys. And you just see it. But here's what I recommend is that now that you see that happening, when you do see it, don't do anything about it. Don't try to stop yourself from feeling that way or acting that way or thinking that way. Just see it. Don't try to take it away. Just see it. And the light of God, the truth, will take it away from you. It's just another false identity that made a home in your imagination and emotions. It's a spirit. Those are evil spirits. And that's part of the ego death, is to overcome the imagination and emotions. So just see it and don't try to control it. Don't try to make it go away. You just see it while you're sitting there at the table talking to the guy. Just watch what the mind is telling you and what you're feeling and do nothing about it.
Okay.
That's what God is trying to save all human beings from, is that false self, that imagination self, those thoughts and emotions. That's what he said, let go. Surrender all of that to me, and I will save you from it. I will take it away from you. It's not you at all. It's just something that made a home in your mind. So just see it. Don't call it you. Just see it, and I promise you, it will be taken away from you.
Yeah, I see it a lot now, and I see my problem with the boundaries, with it.
Yes.
And trying to stop myself from doing these subtle things that send these signals, and then I don't want it at all. I never have wanted that attention, but I do it.
Right.
Like you said, for those reasons you're saying, exactly. But once I get it, I just want to tell them, and I don't get angry, but I get anxious about it because I don't want that in my life right now at all, and I don't want to hurt him anymore, and I don't want sex anymore. I don't want that to start up. It's so much more trouble than it's worth, but I want to just hide away from it all. But I don't have to.
Don't hide.
Say no.
You face it. You face it. You quiet. And the guy doesn't know that you're thinking that and feeling that way. The people around you are not aware of what you're thinking and feeling. You see it because it's happening inside of you. It's totally inside of you, your imagination. So see it. Don't call it you. Just see it. Because most people don't see what's going on within themselves. They don't know themselves. They're not paying attention to within. They're paying attention without. And by paying attention without, they're not seeing what's going on within, and they're not being made free. So you're fortunate in that you can see it now, but do not do anything about it. Don't call it you. Don't run away from it. Just let it happen, meaning watch it talking to you, watch the feelings that come with it, but do nothing, all right? Don't do anything about it.
Okay, yeah, it's probably been one of the most subconscious things about myself that I have really started to see now that I've been watching myself. So
right on.
Yeah.
And you stay with it. I'm telling you, Danielle, you stay with it, stay with it, stay with it. And if you all the way to the end, endure to the end, and you will receive the prize.
Okay.
And God is with you. That's why you can see it. He is the one that is allowing you to see it. We can't see of ourselves. We can't see. He's allowing you to see it because you want the truth. You're open now for the truth to come in. It has entered into you. Now let it do its work. You just relax. Let life happen for you.
Okay. Amazing.
Amazing.
All right. Thank you, Jesse. You guys have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you so much.
Appreciate all you do. You too.
All right.
God bless.
You too. Angie is a first-time caller out of Washington State. Angie, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hello, sir.
Hey, Angie.
Hi. I just need some stern advice to get my ass back on the right path because I have strayed.
Okay.
Yes. I've discovered really good drugs again, and I'm too old, and it's taking me nowhere but down.
So you're doing drug again, you say?
Out of the blue, it appeared in front of me, and I had no willpower.
And how old are you?
Oh, my gosh, I'll be half a century in November.
You'll be 50 in November?
Yeah.
And how old are you today?
49.
Oh, how come when I ask people how old they are, they always tell me how old they're going to be?
Well, because I'm getting used to saying 50. I'm practicing.
And so what type of drugs are you using?
Oh, my gosh, this Washington, I'm from Dover, Delaware. This shit's not around there, but the meth here is amazing, and I'm too old for this. And I'm just killing myself slowly.
And are you on meth right now?
No.
Oh, okay.
But if it was here, I would be, yes.
You would be?
Yes.
And when the last time you took some?
About a week and a half ago.
And what did it feel like to be high a week and a half ago?
Well, I'm very diabetic, and I live alone with my cat, and I have one leg, and it felt like I was dying because I wasn't taking my meds, and I wasn't sleeping or eating, or it was awful.
Why do you hate yourself so much?
I do not know this. See, it's like, well, dude, you tell me, why do I hate myself so much? Why am I doing this again?
I'll tell you. Can you hold? Let me take a break.
Definitely.
When I come back, I'll come straight to you, all right?
Straight to me.
Let me go back to Angie, a first-time caller out of Washington State. Angie, thank you for holding. Angie?
Yes.
So you're 49, you're on drugs. Why do you have one leg?
Diabetes. Oh. I got a blood infection that went to my bones, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was multiple amputations.
And I ask us, why do you hate yourself? And you say?
I don't know. I'm just glutton for punishment, I suppose. I really don't have an answer.
And do you hate yourself?
Sometimes, yeah, because, I'm old, I'm white, my teeth are missing, and I got half a leg. So, yeah, there's some days I wake up and don't really want to look in the mirror or deal with anything.
Do you have any children?
I have 6. One drowned when he was 13, and the other 5 are just little shitheads running around the country ignoring their mama. So, yes. They're not appreciative.
So, oh, God. So your kids won't play with you?
Nope.
None of them?
None of them.
What did you do to them?
Well, I had 6. So I finally had 3 jobs. I barely could afford daycare. I'm running around like crazy. They're out of control, not listening to me. So I sent them to live with their dad. But I have 2 fathers for the 6 of them. And
they have 2 fathers? Out of the 6, there are 2 fathers? Okay.
Yeah, 3 and 3 with the different dads.
Right.
But I kind of enjoyed the Angie time, and a month visit turned into a year, turned into 2, and then they feel I abandoned them, and I get it, but I did what I did.
And were you married to either both or one of those guys at some point?
I'm unfortunately still married to my husband since 1996, and in that time, he's had 2 other girlfriends and 2 other daughters, so it's awkward.
So you still with him?
Hell no.
Oh, you're just married, but you're not with him.
Right. I keep trying to divorce him, and somehow he finds out, and then he just stops the process, and I give up, whatever.
And so out of the 6 children you have, none of them talk to you at all?
No, they are all so angry with me for neglecting and abusing. Well, not abusing. I never abused them, but I abandoned them, they say. So.
And why haven't you apologized to them for that?
Well, I have multiple times just to, get the phone hung up or another letter not answered or, I tried. I keep trying. But.
And what do you say to them when you apologize?
Well, first, I told them that I love them very much and miss them. And, I'm sorry. I was on drugs back then, too, so I felt like it was safer just keeping them away, and I was having fun for once.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And so your question for me is what?
I need some stern direction to get my old ass back on the right path.
You gotta, if you want to get away from the drugs, you gotta drop your anger.
Keep going. I'm taking notes.
You taking notes?
I am writing this shit down.
Okay. You gotta drop your anger. Have you heard me say go and forgive your mother and your father?
Yes, my mother is passed, and I'm not quite sure where my dad is.
You don't know where he is?
Yeah, he's all over the place. Currently, he's missing in action.
And you have anger toward him?
Well, I suppose I do, because he left when I was young, but I was a daddy's girl,
Yeah. And you have anger toward your mother?
She was such a good Christian, wholehearted lady. My only anger with her is that she didn't tell me her life was so difficult at times, so I could have helped. She kind of just took it and prayed about it and went with the flow. And I wish she would have asked for help.
Well, there's no such thing as a good Christian mother.
No, she got some really bad cards dealt to her, but she was pretty honest. She took me to church for years when I was young.
Number one, you got to forgive her and your father for leaving you with her so that God can forgive you and he would take the anger away from you. And the only reason you still have it is that you have not forgiven. So you got to forgive your mother and your father. They can, just as you cannot help yourself, you've been doing all these crazy things. These things have been happening in your life. and you can't help it because something else is controlling you, well, the same thing happened to your mother and your father. That spirit that you have came from your mother. You became like your mother.
Okay, I'm still writing down. I'm listening.
So you got to forgive your mother. Though she is dead, just realize that she could not help herself. She did the best she could, all right?
Yes, you did.
And then the same thing with your father.
Yeah, it'd be nice to actually talk to him in person again. I haven't seen him since I was like 11. But,
Do you know how to find him if you wanted to?
I could put out like a thing on Facebook and see if he answers, but it's kind of hit and miss with that that man.
You don't know his family or anything? Like his mother, father, cousin, brother, sister, or anyone?
Not personally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, just work on you. Forgive your parents. They can help you themselves, all right?
Okay.
Because anyone that has anger is a son or daughter of Satan.
The father of lies.
Yeah, and so you're living in your imagination.
Now that I can totally understand and agree with. Yes. Yes.
And when you say you hate yourself, who is the self that you hate?
That's a really good question. A lot of me. I've done some pretty crazy and messed up stuff, throughout my life.
And who are
I survived.
Who is Angie that done? Who is Angie? Tell me who Angie is. Who is Angie?
Well, the current Angie is getting older, has one leg. Life is rough, but I get up every day and do everything by my own. It's just me. And so I do take pride in that a little bit, but at the same time, it really is hard looking in the mirror sometimes and thinking, man, my kids hate me. I'm single. I'm old. I'm white. What the hell am I going to do?
What's wrong with being white?
I don't know. I'm becoming an angry white woman. I like to listen to your angry black women all the time, but I admit that I'm kind of turning into an angry old white lady. The shit they say, I just want to smack the stupid out of them.
So you told me your age. You told me that you're lonely. You don't have anyone. You told me about your body, but you still didn't tell me who is Angie.
Angie wants to do more stuff. I want to move forward. I don't want to be stuck in my apartment day after day after day. I want to do positive things. I want to make more money. Money is good. Get a Camaro. I have these things I want to do. So there's the held back Angie and then the one who's just like, release me, and let's go do this.
So you're still telling me what you want.
I know, I can't answer it right.
But you didn't tell me who is Angie. You told me what you want, but you still didn't tell me who is Angie.
I am a woman that hates being wrong and hates asking for help, and Angie needs to become a better person through Christ and become proper in her ways of life. Is that a good answer? Did I finally get it?
You're still telling me what you want and all that, but you didn't tell me who you are.
I'm lonely, and I'm lonely.
And who is lonely?
Angie's lonely.
But who is Angie?
The one stuck in the apartment doing meth at the age of 50 with one leg.
Angie.
I'm sorry. I'm trying my best.
Yeah.
I don't know who I am, Jesse. Holy shit. This is an issue.
So what now?
I said, I don't even know who I am. This is
Right.
an issue. Yeah, this is a serious issue here.
And did you know you didn't know who you are?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
And
I did not.
What is it like for you right now discovering that you don't know who you are?
It's confusing, and every second it feels like I've let myself down more now.
What do you mean? What self?
The good self that can actually do this stuff that I want to do.
What good self?
It's at the just move forward. I just really want to walk again. It's a little thing.
And
I feel very crippled.
And so
Yeah,
just
so crippled.
realizing that you don't know who you are is what for you?
Well, I believe that is a very big step to discover who I am.
It's the beginning of discovering who you are
My journey.
by discovering who you're not. And Angie, you're not your thoughts, you're not your emotions, you're not your body, you're not your situation, you're not your past, and you're not your future. You're not a drug addict. You're neither good nor bad. You're neither right nor wrong. You're neither a saint nor a sinner. And so all of those things that you've been calling yourself, as of today, stop calling them you.
Okay.
Don't ever call yourself anything again.
Okay, that's going to be hard, but I will definitely catch myself. Now that I'm aware.
Never, ever,
So I will
never, ever, as you walk this earth, say you're lonely. There is no one there to be lonely. You're not lonely. You're not a drug addict. You're not an alcoholic. You're not whatever. You're not any of those things. So you got to stop calling yourself that because you are identifying with the imagination, thoughts, and all thoughts are all lies. And because you are calling yourself that, you're becoming what you hate.
Right, I'm just like encouraging myself for just a shit show.
You don't even know who you are at all. But when you overcome, and you will if you do what I'm telling you to do, if you do it, you're going to overcome the false self. And when you overcome that, the real you will appear. And it's nothing like what you can ever imagine.
It'll be good.
So you got to stop calling yourself those things, period.
Yeah, I do that a lot to myself. Yeah, now that it's brought to my attention, I do just talk shit about my own self all the time.
But you're not even talking ass about yourself. You're talking about your false self. You're talking about you and Satan are one. You have made an agreement with evil to be one with evil. That's why I'm encouraging you to stop calling yourself anything.
I will do that because, he is the father of lies, and I am not going to go out as a slave of Satan or a child of Satan. No, thank you.
Well, then you got to stop calling yourself anything. So when you feel when you get the thought about loneliness and you feel the emotion of what is called loneliness, don't call that you. It's not you at all. It's enough to see it, but don't do anything about it. Don't call it you.
Right. Quit acknowledging the power of his falsehood.
Stop communicating with the devil.
Yes. See, that's why I called you.
And as far as your leg situation, it's just your body. It's just your body. It's not you. It's just the body. And if you stop identifying with that, a way will be made where you can get about, move around. You'll find something to operate with that will help you to get around and do what you need to do, the physical things that you need to do, all right?
Yes.
So it's just a leg. It's not you.
Yeah, I kind of miss my sweet leg, though.
Of course, yeah.
I like half a tattoo now. It's a whole one, but...
But I understand you need, not to have a full body, but it's just your body, so don't feel sorry about that either, all right?
Yes, thank you.
And so,
I was going to say I'll try not to, but I'm not going to try. I'm just going to do. I'm just going to do what you tell me.
And the way you do it is by doubting every thought. Don't agree with any thoughts about anything. When the thoughts come, you just watch them, but don't agree with them. Don't argue with them. Don't call them you. And if you get caught up in a thought and you get the emotion, just know the emotion. You may feel it in your body, but it's not you.
Right, and I've just been affirming it All of it.
Absolutely.
With my thinking, right? Okay.
You've been worshiping the devil, and the God said to bring every thought into captivity. All thoughts are all lies all the time about anything.
I'm writing this down. I really, really, really want to do everything you're telling me. I have faith in it.
And whatever happened with you and the children, you can help yourself with that either. So don't feel guilty about it. You have to apologize to them. Hey, I was wrong. I'm sorry. And that's all you can do. And if they had any decency in them, they will forgive you. But if they didn't or don't, you let them go off and let them live in their own hell. You move on with your life.
I agree.
But just don't be angry at them, all right?
No, they're just kids, adult kids.
Yeah, they're not kids.
Know?
They're just lost.
The adult children that are lost.
Yeah. And so you just start working on, are you doing the silent prayer?
I pray a lot during the day, believe it or not. I'll hear a helicopter go by. I'm praying.
No, you're not. When you say you're praying, what do you mean?
Like it's like the fight for life plays over the building or something. And I'm like, oh my gosh, please help whoever's in that,
Forget about all that.
A bad wreck.
Angie, forget about all that.
Okay.
Forget about that.
Okay.
Because you're praying to the devil.
Damn, I suck at this. Who knew?
I want you to go to my website, rebuildingaman.com/prayer.
Okay.
I want you to start doing that so you can let go and let the spirit of truth take over completely.
That sounds like a very good deal.
rebuildingaman.com/prayer. I want you to start doing that. So here's your assignment.
Okay, give me my homework.
Okay, if you decide to take it. Number one, stop calling yourself anything.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
Number two, do the silent prayer every morning, every night, and during the day when you get caught up in your head, just realize you come back to your body, come back to present, be in the moment instead of lost in your thoughts.
Okay.
And if you do those things, Angie, your whole life will become amazing.
I definitely am wanting a brighter, amazing life.
And stop feeling sorry for yourself because there is no self there to feel sorry for. You're only enjoying the thrill of feeling sorry for yourself. It's just a thrill, and you love the thrill of thinking about how bad you are off, how bad things are, and all that kind of stuff, all right? It's just a thrill. Stop loving thrills.
Yeah, like a adrenaline rush or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just a thrill.
Yeah. Okay.
And when the idea, last thing that I got to run, when the idea for drugs come again,
I'm listening.
Let it pass. Don't go with it.
Okay. Whew.
So
I can do that.
So do the silent prayer, watch those thoughts, and let me know how it goes.
I will keep in touch.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Jesse. You have a great afternoon.
Was this helpful for you?
Yes. I was embarrassed to call and nervous to call, but I wrote everything down like a good school person, and I'm going to follow it and just believe.
If you stay with it, Angie, you're going to see that your real life will happen to you, not this false life that you've been living.
I really like that. I'm going to do everything you said.
Okay.
Double time.
Right on.
And yes, and I will keep in touch the best I can. I'm just Angie from Washington. So.
That's fine. You call me, all right?
I will do that. Thank you so much, Jesse, for all your advice.
You're welcome.
All right. God bless.
You too. Amazing. It's amazing how the devil has a stronghold over the imagination of all human beings. All, not one that don't have that issue, right? And they have been convinced that it's them. It is mind-blowing. And just think about this. Evil has been defeated. It has no power. It has no authority. It is done. And yet you identify with it and call it you. And it causes you to do the things you don't want to do. And make you believe and act and carry out the things you don't want to. It makes you judge yourself and others. It makes you think you're lonely when there's no such thing as loneliness. It makes you think you're lost, and you are, because you're one with it. Lost. Cedric is a first-time call out of Arizona. Cedric, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse, how you doing, man?
All is well, Cedric.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to call you, talk to you.
All right.
I wanted to tell you how I found the show first. I don't know. I guess you could tell me if it was God. I don't know. I kind of felt like it was God that led me to the message that you got as far as like returning to the Father and everything.
Yes.
Because at the time, it was like 2019. I think it was around just before the election. I remember I was dating this girl, and I was being real beta with her as far as like giving her free stuff and being real nice, and I guess I just thought that was the right thing to do as far as like just trying to get her right. And then and then she just ghosted me out of nowhere. I don't know if you know what ghosting is. It's basically like they just stop talking to you. They just
Oh yeah, I heard of that before.
Yeah. So she just did that out of nowhere for about 3 weeks, and then she out of the blue she texted me and said something like she wanted me to do something for her friend's brother, which to me that meant like she found somebody else. She just wanted me to give her that free stuff that I was doing for her.
Yeah.
So her and a new boyfriend could use, I don't know. But I just texted her back like, nah, I'm good. But as soon as I did that, it was a memory that popped into my mind back when I was little. My dad, he had looked down at me because I had sent my girlfriend some money, and he looked down at me and he said, Cedric, don't ever send no girl no money. She gonna think you weak.
Yeah.
And that memory popped into my mind at that moment. And while I'm thinking about that, I'm in a group chat with my two of my other brothers and my sister. And my sister sent a message and said, asking for me, asking where I was and everything, and then told me to scroll up and look at a picture that she posted. So I scrolled up and looked at the picture, and it was my dad holding me as a baby. So I'm just kind of amazed by that. It's not
amazing.
Like, it was amazing, but it wasn't like, I wasn't like just, thrown off by it. But I was like, hey, I just texted back like, hey, yeah, that's crazy. I was just thinking about my dad. I was just thinking about him. I was thinking about his name, Eugene. I was just thinking about Eugene. And and then, they was trying to figure out what it was, and I kind of told them a little bit.
Cedric, hold on 1 minute. Hold that thought. Let me take a quick break. I'll be right back right after the break. Treasure Chest is now open on D-Live. Let me go quickly back to Cedric, a first-time caller out of Arizona. Cedric, go ahead.
Yeah, so I forgot where I left. I think
you're talking about how you met your sister sent you this picture of your father, and how you discovered our show, and then
right
from that. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so she sent me a picture of my dad, and it was my dad holding me as a baby, and I told him I was just thinking about him, and all of this was happening within 5 minutes. Then after I seen that picture, and I'm thinking about like how these things are lining up. I'm looking through YouTube, and I see your face. I saw
and you were like, "What the?"
Yeah, but I didn't know nothing about the show. I just knew. I remember seeing you, and I think Amber Rose. Well, you was like,
"What a slut."
You like, yeah, like she was like, "What are men who are sluts or something like that?" And you said, "Slut makers," right?
Yes.
So I was thinking about that, and that's why I clicked it, and then come to find out, your real message, is one of your main points is like returning to the Father.
Yes.
And I feel like, I mean, to me, that was like God just bringing me to this particular message to return to the Father and, get back into, trying to leave the whole beta male state of mind and, moving more into an alpha male mindset. So it's helped me a lot over the years. It's just one thing. I mean, one thing I could think of right now that I disagree with you.
Okay. All right.
That's kind of what I want to get off my chest.
Okay.
So as far as free will, like when you say we don't have free will, I kind of disagree with that. I think we have a partial free will, but I don't think we have like full free will. I think the free will that we do have is only to choose light or darkness. And I think and then once you choose that light or darkness, whatever happened to you while you're in the light or while you're in the darkness, you don't have any control per se over that. You can go as far deep into the darkness as the darkness can go. Or if you choose to stay in the light, you can stay in the light, and there's no amount of things that God will show you while you're in the light. But I think as far as free will go, I think that's the only free will that we have. But once you choose one path or another, then you're on that path until you change your mind, I guess.
But you're already in the darkness. Anyone that has anger is in darkness. When you were being a beta male, you were doing that because you were in darkness already. Did you choose to be in darkness?
I think, no, I would say, no, I didn't choose to be in dark. Well, I would say partly yes, because sometimes I knew that I was doing wrong. I knew that I shouldn't, talk to this girl I met off the internet, or talk to this girl I knew she practiced witchcraft.
When did you choose to be in darkness?
I think I chose to be in darkness when I chose to continue in a particular way. When I made a conscious decision to do something that I felt like was against what the Bible would say, or what I think that God would have wanted.
But why would you choose to be of darkness? Why would you will yourself to be of darkness?
Well, I think when I was in it, it was probably just I don't know if you ever heard of FOMO. But it's like fear of missing out. Like sometimes you feel like you're missing out on particular things.
But
so
when you're in the light, there's no feeling of missing out on anything.
Right. But I was in the darkness, right? So when you're in the darkness, I think you're driven by. Go ahead.
So if you have a free will yourself to have perfect peace right now and forever. I'll wait.
You wait. Well, I think that's what I'm headed towards now that I'm in the light.
I know, but
when I was in the darkness, it was different.
But if you have a free will, don't be headed for it. Just will it to be. Why don't you just will it to be?
Well, that was my point. It was like, I don't think you can will yourself to be I don't think you can will yourself to be in perfect peace, because that comes with the light. Like when you choose to be in the light,
but what can you
perfect
will?
peace will come.
What can you will yourself to do?
To choose light or darkness.
But you've
Just
already,
from,
if you're already in
general
darkness,
standpoint.
only thing you have to choose is the light. If you're already in darkness,
Right.
so you didn't choose darkness; you were already there.
Well, I think you're like you. To me, I think you're born in darkness, right? You're born in hell. You're born.
Well, you weren't born. You were born into darkness when you were born into a screwed up family. When you came through your mother, you ended up. Your mother was dark. Your father was dark, and everybody around you dark. So you lost the light by becoming angry.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And now, once you forgive, and God will forgive you, He will bring you out of the darkness back into the light. But you have no control over anything.
But like what you just said, like you chose to forgive, right? I mean,
Well,
like
you
if
don't
know,
choose to forgive. You admit that you're wrong for being angry. When you can see that, it's hard for the average person to see the anger in themselves and admit that they're wrong for being angry. They'll justify the anger by saying, Jesus was angry, anger is good, they justify evil because they cannot admit that they're wrong for being angry, for being evil.
right? They can't admit that they're wrong.
Right. They cannot. But once you admit it, I am angry and I am wrong, and at the very same moment, you become free from that anger, and the rest is history.
Do you feel like Jesus had free will?
No. Jesus his Father was working in him that caused him to do the things he had to do. It wasn't him. He had nothing to do with it, but it was the Father that's in him. If you stay with this, you're going to find that the Father is in you, and He is the one that's going to cause you to do the thing that you do, just as Satan was in you, and Satan was causing you to do the things you have done.
Right.
It was never you either way.
So you don't think Jesus, like when Jesus said, he was praying to God, and he was saying, I hope this cup can pass from me, but it's not my will. Let your will be done.
Right.
You don't feel like
if he had a free will, he would just say, you know what, I'm gonna will this cup away, or I'm gonna will this cup to stay. He wouldn't have to talk to the Father. He would have just willed it to be, but he wanted the Father's will to be done.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like he wanted to do God's will. He wanted to do what his Father wanted him to do.
Instead of Satan will.
Right. But I feel like if he had a choice at that moment to say, hey, I'm going to do what my Father wants me to do rather than follow my own will, which would be what Satan would want him to do. Instead of following that way, I'm going to go and I'm going to, even when he told Peter.
Let me just say this because I got to run because of time. I want you to call me back, though. It's just that it's Friday and I want to get to more callers.
Okay.
But I want you to call me again so we can pick up on this. It's interesting in what you're saying, but I understand why you're saying it, too. Can you call me at another point?
Yeah. I'll call you Monday or something.
Okay. And we'll pick up on this, all right?
Yep. All right.
Give me a quick yes or no. Have you forgiven your mother?
Yes.
You told her?
No, she passed when I was 17.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, your call is amazing. Call me again, though, okay?
Okay. All right.
All right, buddy.
All right.
Bye. Super chat. Giorgio, first time caller out of Washington. Giorgio, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Mr. Jesse.
Hey there.
I'm excited to be on air. I was just calling. I've been going through this issue. I've been talking to this girl that I met at work about a year, but she is still technically legally married, but she's separated, and she wants to have a relationship with me. So I just don't know if I should commit to her or if I should like continue like dating other people. So the relationship's good. Like she treats me well. She cooks for me. She does things for me. Like when I'm sick, she takes care of me. But it just seems like the divorce is just not her priority to like. I don't know. It's just taking forever. So I don't know if I'm like wasting my time. Like I don't know. I'm not good at this kind of stuff.
Giorgio.
Yes.
Your
Yes, sir.
question for me is what?
Oh, what should I do?
Dump this girl right now.
For real?
Yeah, dump her. You don't need to start your life out with a married woman. You're just taking on another man's problems. And it's just like buying a used car. When you buy a used car, you're taking on someone else's problem, right? You got to fix the car.
Yes.
When you're married, when you get involved with a married woman, it's like a used car. You're just taking on someone else's problem. And because she's feeding you and stroking your ego, that's not a good sign at all.
Okay.
All she's doing is seducing you.
Okay, and she always talks about like wanting to get married, and like she's like, "Oh, I have dreams about us getting married," and like all this stuff. And I'm like, "You have other things you have to do like before we even get to that point." So I don't get it.
How old are you?
I'm 36, sir.
And how old is she?
She's 38.
Dump that old woman right away, man.
Oh man. Okay. How do? Yes, sir. Yes,
Giorgio, you're going into hell. You're going to catch nothing but trouble. I promise you that. The same hell she gave the man that she's married to now, it's the same hell she's going to give you, and even worse. Have you spent money on her?
I like going out to eat sometimes, but she does the same thing to me. Like she'll buy dinner one time, and then I'll buy dinner.
Giorgio,
So
does she live with you, or you live with her?
No, we don't live together.
Okay.
But she wants me to move in with her.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah.
Giorgio, you need to just work on yourself, seeking the light of God, and He'll add the right woman unto you. This woman is strictly from hell, and all you're going to catch is pure hell.
Okay, sir. I appreciate your time.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I feel like I agree. I agree with everything you say, but it's just been a hard decision to make because like she's so good to me. Like
she's not good to you. She's seducing you, man. She's messing with your ego. She's gonna draw you in and destroy you. She's like the black widow spider.
Okay, Mr. Jesse. Okay, I'm gonna take your advice. Yes,
dump
sir.
that woman right now. Block her, ban her, and be done with her. Just don't be angry. Be done with her.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay, I appreciate your time, Mr. Jesse.
Let me know how it goes.
Okay, I'll give you a call back, sir.
Okay.
Okay, take care.
All right.